come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera off.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon here in Charlottetown. It's a gusty, cool day here. Mother Nature has definitely brought winter on a little earlier than we usually expect it. So it's going to be a brisk afternoon for racing, but the action should be hot. It's a 14-dash program. The feature comes up in race 13. It's a field of 6. House Edge Hanover is on the rail. TH Boomtown from post 2. Brookdale Johnny from post 3. B2B has reeled off 3 in a row. Going to be tough to beat there from post 4. And Marigo Magic rounds out the talented field of 5 in our feature. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. Today is Stuff the Starting Gate Day, and so the Redshores will be accepting unwrapped toys or monetary donations that will go towards the Toys for Tots campaign. We also have the Santa versus Grinch match race, and it's presented by the PEI-SHOA, and it's going to come up after race 6. So lots of entertainment for you this afternoon, but before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and equipment changes, and for those, we'll send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 73 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, minus 4 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, or I should say today, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Elaine. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. Not a lot to report on today, ladies and gentlemen. There's one change at this time. It's in the 14th race. In race number 14 today, number 2, Brookdale Thomas adds pulled-out earplugs. And that will wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. The par mutual wickets are open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 12:30. That will leave you 24 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HPI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. If you're just joining us, it's about -4 here in Charlottetown, but dry conditions. Track is fast, but it is very cool outside, and there is a little bit of a wind to deal with today as well. So very brisk day here in Charlottetown. We got 14 dashes on tap, and our feature comes up in the 13th. It's a field of 5. House Edge Hanover has the rail. TH Boomtown from post 2 at both out of the Ron Matheson stable. Brookdale Johnny has post 3 for Phil Sizer and Paul Langell. B2B for Gamester and Hughes at a post 4. And Marigo Magic out of the Adam Murner stable have post 5. We're going to focus in on B2B. This guy riding a 3-race winning streak coming into today, and we haven't seen him in a couple weeks, but his last race was an impressive off the pace score. He had post 6 on that day. He was back on the 29th of November. So we'll take a look at that replay right now. We'll pick them up at the half.
And trailing the field, B2B straight alignment, the preferred pacers at the opening half mile. Fill my beer halfway home, 57 and 2. Around the paddock turn for the second time as they arrive at the 5/8 next. Fill my beer the leader. Twin B chopping up on the move on the outside second. Third at the rail, that's Windblown. Moving fourth on the outside, B2B is underway. Brookdale Johnny riding the rail fifth. On the outside, Rosa on X-Con is 6. 3 in, 3 out. Of a 3/4 of 1. 27 and 1. Good rating by Campbell. Can he upset them here in the preferred? Fill my beer coming home. Windblown is second. Twin B chopping up, flattens out in the middle. B2B picking them up, putting them down on the far outside. Wow, what a finish. B2B circled up to win the preferred for the Blue Knight U's in 1:55.4.
He can do it any way you want to put him. You can race him from off the pace, race him at maybe a 3-hole. He can come first up, or he can do it on the front end. He was a winner on the front end in his 2 previous starts, 54 and 4, 3 back, and then 52 and 3, 2 starts back. And then in that race you just watched, he sat patiently last and didn't move him until about the 5/8 pole, and then he got that great second over toe right into it behind Twin B. Tough enough. When Hughes asked him to go 3 wide, he really responded in the stretch. So he has post 4 here today. Hughes has lots of options. He can get to the front here today, or he can race him from off the pace. Either one, he performs quite well. So he is the one to beat. He's a morning line choice. He's my top choice in that race. I also like the 2 Matheson trainees in that race. House Edge Hanover on the rail. He's been really good lately. And TH Boomtown coming in off a win in a second in his last 2 starts. So they'll be tough off the rail and the 2-hole there. So I'm at 4-1-2 in the feature. Good luck with your selections all day here as we go through the card. And don't forget that Toys for Tots, we're accepting unwrapped toys or monetary donations for our Stuff the Starting Gate day here this afternoon. So if you have unwrapped toys or want to give a monetary donation, we'll gladly accept that, and thank you, as it's Stuff the Starting Gate day here at Red Shores. And we also have Santa versus the Grinch, the match race, coming up after race 6. So stay tuned for that. We are about 9 away from the opener, and I'll be back in a moment with my I'll Pick 5. Okay, there's a quick look at our I'll Pick 5 tickets here to kick things off in race 1, 2,000 guaranteed pool in that wager low, 15% takeout, and it kicks off in the opener. And in the opener, I'm going to go with JK's Henry. This one racing at the 1301 in his last 4 starts. Last time he raced at the 1001 level, he was a wire-to-wire winner from post 2 in 58 for Brad Smith. He is post 2 here again today, and I think he can get to the front and control things from start to finish, so I'm going to put him on top. And then over in race 2, going to go with TH Spiky Mikey. Good-looking colt by Shadow Play. He was off-the-pace winner in his first 2 starts, put on the front end 2 starts back and gave it up late, and so they tried it from off the pace again last week. He responded well with a good third, so I think he can get it done for Corey in race 2. Over in race 3, going to go with 3-trick Gainer on the rail. Classy veteran at the 1631 level this time out. He was at the 2251s in his last couple starts, and he has picked up checks in those starts, closed in 28 and change each week. And so Kenny Murphy is a live mount there from the rail with 3-trick Gainer in race 3. And then over in race 4, going to go with the one in there. Brett Clough, Bold and Bad, coming in off a second by a head in 201. So maybe upset fashion there in the 4th. And then I'm going to close it out with the 5 in race 5. I like leaving bruises in that one as well. Kenny Murphy, another live mount in there. So good luck with your selections here in the I'll Pick 5. Again, it kicks off in about 7 minutes. Okay, horses for the first making their way out onto the track. No changes pretty much throughout the entire card. Just one little change in the 14th race with the 2 Brookdale Johnny adding earplugs. So that's it for changes here this afternoon. Again, post parade for the first coming up next.
Afternoon's first race on the track for Post Parade, Highway of Heroes number 1, owned by Paul Conway of Bon Shaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul trains, Zach driving. 2 JK's Henry is owned by Alden Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad trains and drives. 3 is Evil Vintage, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 4, Brookdale George, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. David Dowling drives. 5, Crosscut, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy. Mark Campbell will drive. Zach Noy doing the post parade. Beats Terrific 6, owned by the CC Stable of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Colvin. Ryan DeRage. Well Did 7, Paul Langell, training and driving for the Well Did Stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. 8 is Luigi Bizzacco, owned by Amanda McTavish of Belfast. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 1 with no changes. Just 2 minutes to post time. It's Stuff the Starting Gate Day in Charlottetown. Red Shores will be accepting unwrapped toys or monetary donations that will go towards the Toys for Tots campaign. We also have the Santa versus Grinch match race presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. That's after race number 6 today. Kurt Hughes is next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Okay, race 1 kicking off with a real good crew here. Field of 8, now winners 1,001 the last 4. I like J.K.'s Henry on the class drop here. He had tough post in his last couple starts. He was a winner at this level down at that bottom line from post 2 for Brad. Wired the field in 58 that day. And so J.K.'s Henry from post 2 in this class again this afternoon. I think he can get back in the win column here. He tried to get to the front from post 6 2 back. It was a real good effort where he was third in 57-1 and third by a length 3 back in 55-3, closing quarter 28-4. So J.K.'s Henry for Brad Smith from post 2 going to be tough to beat at 4-5. Little correction to my aisle pick 5 ticket. Going to take the 6 and 2 in race 4 and 5. So my aisle pick 5 ticket looking at a 2-1-1-6-2. Post time picks going with a 4-1-1-2-2 for our aisle pick 5 tickets in race 4. Going to go with ABC instead of bold and bad. And then I'm going to take the 2 George's Credit in the final leg of that aisle pick 5. We're about just a minute away now from post time here in the opener. Good luck with your selections. This guy's got a really good shot in here too. Evil Vintage, 5-year-old, great vintage owned by Sandra Lee Stead of Montague, coming in off back-to-back fourths, 58 and change, a nice win. 3 back, 57-1. That was down at that 701 level where he swooped the field from post 7. Good starting spot here today for Evil Vintage, and against a pretty good crew I think he can do good things against, and he is now the slight favorite on the board at 6-5. I'm at 2-3 here in the exactor, 2-3-4 for my tractor here in the opener. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for the Saturday afternoon opener. We're going to see Santa and Grinch battle later on the card. Bance should be a good one.
Well, you know, it was last year, Kurt. It come right down to the final strides. Looked like the old Grinch was going to get there, but you know, Santa, he gets there on the end of it. Highway of Heroes, J.K. Henry, Evil Vintage, Brookdale George, Crosscut, Bees Terrific, Well Did Luigi Bizzacco. That's the field in the afternoon's opener. It's post time. The Ralph N. Pacing Evil Vintage is the first one out. Highways of Heroes towards the rail between horses. J.K.'s Henry is there. Rounding the turn fourth is Brookdale George, now in fifth. That's Bees Terrific. Crosscut has six. Racing from seventh is Well Did. And the trailer Luigi Bizzacco. On the backstretch they go. And they're led to the quarter by J.K.'s Henry in line to Brad Smith. Tucked away second is Evil Vintage. Now third. That's Highway of Heroes. Fourth is Brookdale George. Bees Terrific has fifth. He's followed by Crosscut, Well Did, and Luigi Bizzacco. 28 and 4 was the front quarter. Straight alignment as they come off the top turn and they're headed towards the half mile. J.K.'s Henry controlling for Brad Smith. Two-hole ride, Evil Vintage third. Up from the outside, Brookdale George is coming. Highway of Heroes on the rail fourth. Bees Terrific tips out fifth. Crosscut has sixth, but Well Did seventh. And trailing the field, that is Luigi Bizzacco, 59 and 2. The opening half mile, they arrive at 5/8 next with J.K.'s Henry the leader. Brookdale George the challenger. In the pocket, Evil Vintage third. Bees Terrific on the outside is picked up fourth. At the rail fifth. That's Highway of Heroes. Crosscut is tipped out sixth. Well Did is seventh. And the trailer, Luigi Bizzacco, the three-quarters completed. J.K.'s Henry at the rail there in 1:28 and 3. Brookdale George applying the pressure right in the pocket third. Evil Vintage may loom the danger here, and they're homeward bound. Led by J.K.'s Henry. Brookdale George on the outside. Evil Vintage up the rail coming through late. On the wire next. J.K.'s Henry hangs on for Brad Smith. Second is Evil Vintage. Brookdale George third. And the time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Nice to kick it off with a nice cold one here. 2, 3, 4 unofficially here in race one as J.K.'s Henry thought he'd want the lead. Evil Vintage sprinted out to an early lead before J.K.'s Henry and Brad Smith moved back to the front and controlled things from then on. 28 and 4, half 59 and 2. Perfectly rated mile by Smith, 128 and 3. Head to battle Brookdale George first up for Dowling, but he drove perfectly, kind of let him halfway around him and then battled back on. And in the stretch, he fends off the late challenge up the inside from Evil Vintage and McPherson with that perfect pocket ride, but no, not enough. As J.K.'s Henry, dead game in the opener, 2, 3, 8, 4, again, unofficially here in race one. And we'll see the two J.K.'s Henry back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes J.K.'s Henry to the Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle in the afternoon's opener. Henry's a bay facing gelding 5 by J.K. End of an Era from the Sand Shooter Dam. Sandy's Golden Hour, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire, bred by Wilbur East from Bristol, Indiana. Trained and driven to victory by Brad Smith. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 3. J.K.'s Henry opens up a Saturday afternoon at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the first race. Highway of Heroes was 8th. J.K.'s Henry, the race winner. Evil Vintage was 2nd. Brookdale George finished 3rd. Cross Cut was 4th. Bees Terrific finished 6th. Well Did was 5th. Luigi Bazzacco 7th. 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 8-1-2, 3-4-6, 5-7. J.K.'s Henry paid $570 to win. The Exactor 1180, Triactor 1680, Superfecta was $985.
From now until the end of December, customers at Red Shores Summerside who play $10 or more on live racing in Charlottetown will receive a $10 wagering coupon. And for more information on the Play $10, Get $10 offer for Red Shores Summerside, customers can visit Redshores.ca. Okay, we got to go. A nice one there in race 1. Only paid $16.80, but as they say, better short price than a long face. As we take a look here at the race 2 selections, I'm going to go with a 1-6-5 classifier's choices in this one. 1-6-3, currently TH Spiky Mikey, the 2-year-old colt by Shadow Play. 1-9 on the board. He is my most probable of the afternoon as well. Going to be tough to beat him on the rail as the horses make their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next.
T.H. Spiky Mikey will lead the second race on parade, owned by Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 2 Moonlight, Ketty Arsenault trains and drives for the ICU stable of Charlottetown. Shadows in the Night 3 is owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Wade Piccone, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Mark Campbell drives. Twin Turbo Diesel number 4, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Bugtown Nash 5 is owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell aboard. Starship Destiny number 6, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche is the trainer-driver. 4 minutes wagering time on the second race. Race Day Live continues in just a moment, but first Kurt has a rundown of the top drivers in Charlottetown.
And no surprise at the top, Mark Campbell leading the way again this year with 139 victories. Gilles Barrio close though in second with 119 wins. Adam Murner rounds out the top 3 with 97 wins. Corey McPherson and Jason Hughes sitting 4th and 5th. Corey with 96 victories on the year, and Jason Hughes with 84 victories on the season. Corey could add to his win total here. He's got an excellent shot with this guy, T.H. Spiky Mikey. Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith all share ownership on this 2-year-old colt by Shadow Play. Get off to a real good start, reeling off 2 in a row. And then that second last start from the rail, Corey put him on the front on that day. Half 59 and 4, 3/4 131. Kicked home in 29 and 2, but no answer for Edge of the World, who's kind of an older horse and a lot more experience. All Better, another one that has a lot more experience than this guy. That was just his 3rd start lifetime. So he got beat by a couple older horses, and so back in here. Now winners of 401 last time out. He had the rail, got away 7 by 9, and it was a real good rally. 3rd by 2 at the finish in 201. In against some 3-year-olds and a couple 4-year-olds, and so this is more to his liking from the rail here today. Corey could set up shop, maybe following a horse. It looks like he does like a target to chase, and so if Corey can stalk with this guy here today, he could pounce out late and go right on by the field at 1-9. And for Corey in this race, I don't think there's any pressure to cut the mile. He could just sit patiently wherever he gets away mid-pack, and then that good closing speed that he has, he could rally by these horses here. Starship Destiny, going to take a shot at him for Kyle DeRoche. I thought he'd be long odds, and he's not too bad right now at 8-1 on the board. He was a good 3rd from an inside draw last time out, 59 and 3 in that Jones Stephen McRae Memorial final leg, and then picked up a couple good checks prior to that, although he was DQ'd 8 3 back, but still nice race time in 1:59 flat. 5th from post 7, 2 back in 2 minutes flat And so Kyle in against a pretty good group that I think he can contend with here, even though he does have the outside post. So I'm going to take a crack at him here. He's moving up in odds. I thought he might be kind of a longer shot play in this one. Currently 11-1 on the board. And to round it out, you could go a couple different ways. Shadows in the night, picking up Mark Campbell for the spin here today. But he was a distant 7th and 8th in his last 2 starts. So I'm going to go to another long shot play. Just trying to get a nice ticket here with Bugtown Nash. I just thought that was an incredible effort. Parked the entire mile last time out. Still 5th by 6 at the finish. He had a good 2-hole ride, 2 back where he was 3rd place, 2nd in 2:01. So this guy doesn't mind laying on the outside. And from post 5, he'll probably get away maybe 4th or 5th. And then if Robbie Chappell can get him in gear in the back half of the mile, I could see him rounding out this top 3 ticket here. So I'm at 165 here in race 2. Good luck with your picks. Getting close to post time here in race 2. We all like TH Spiky Mikey, currently 1-4 on the board. Who is going to be 2nd and 3rd? That's the puzzler. Moonlight, the free-legged son of Bet the Moon, currently at 19-1 for Kenny Arsenault. Mark Campbell picking up that drive on Shadows in the Night could be a good option in here at 5-2. Twin Turbo Diesel for Adam Murner and Joe Baxter. Shows strips in 2 minutes there on his car, but made a break in his latest, so we'll look for a bounce-back effort from him at 10-1. Again, Bugtown Nash at 30-1 and 7-1 on the outside there for Starship Destiny. As the field for the second lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, will return to Vance Cameron for the call.
TH Spiky Mikey, Moonlight, Shadows in the Night, Twin Turbo Diesel, Bugtown Action, Starship Destiny. Second race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Starship Destiny on the far outside. TH Spiky Mikey along the rail between horses. Moonlight and also Shadows in the Night. Then towards the rail in 5th as they round the turn. Twin Turbo Diesel on the outside. Bugtown Nash, they're on the backstretch and going to the quarter. TH Spiky Mikey, the lead is short-lived. Here is Starship Destiny in line to Kyle DeRoche to clear the lead. TH Spiky Mikey is 2nd. Might be another long afternoon for Bugtown Nash. He's caught out and moving up 3rd. 4th is Moonlight. Shadows in the Night is 5th. And Twin Turbo Diesel trailing the field 29. And for the opening quarter, Starship Destiny, the fraction center. Bugtown Nash parked out from 2nd. 3rd up the rail is TH Spiky Mikey. Moonlight is there 4th. Shadows in the Night 5th. And Twin Turbo Diesel is the trailer 6. Halfway home in the second, led by Starship Destiny. Bugtown Nash on the outside. 3rd up the rail, TH Spiky Mikey. 1 minute. And a 1 for the half. Moonlight around the turn 4th. Shadows in the Night 5th.
6 is Twin Turbo Diesel. They're on the back stretch for time 2. They're led to 3/4 by Starship Destiny. Bugtown Nash lays outside in the pocket. T8 Spiky Mikey 3rd. Moonlight is 4th. On the move 5th. Twin Turbo Diesel. Now the trailer. Shadows in the night. The 3/4 up in 1:31 flat. They're on the top turn for the final time. Starship Destiny with an 8 to go. T8 Spiky Mikey set for the stretch drive. Way wide Twin Turbo Diesel. Moonlight up the rail. They're in deep. Stretch now. T8 Spiky Mikey coming on the outside will win for Corey McPherson. Second, that'll go to Starship Destiny. Rallying up to be 3rd with Shadows in the Night. 2 minutes, 4/5.
Yeah, I was sitting there with a 165. I was hoping Corey might let Rob Chappell in the 2-hole and then come with that colt to his, but no, he left him out and remained in that 2-hole all the way around the track here today, following the 6. Starship Destiny, 29 and 4, half in a minute, 1/5, 3/4, 1:31. Kicked home in 29 and 4. The TH Spiky Mikey pocket pops at the top of the stretch. He kicks home in probably 29 and 3 here for the victory as he picks up his 3rd from his 5th career start and a perfect 2-hole ride from Corey McPherson. I got the exactor, but no, for the try, I'm out as Bugtown Nash. A tough parked out trip here again today. So the 3 gets in there for 3rd. Shadows in the Night and Campbell. 163 unofficially here in race 2, and we'll see TH Spiky Mikey back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
T8 Spiky Mikey on his way to the second race winner's circle. Bay pacing colt 2 by Shadow Play from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam Rockin' Casbah. Owned by Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith. Bred by Terry Hill Stud Limited and Glenn Bechtel of Ontario. Corey McPherson training and driving. Time of the mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. T8 Spiky Mikey delivers in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us trackside is the ownership group from the Shepherd Stable with a wonderful holiday announcement and donation. In the winner's circle, we have Harold and Stephen Shepherd, Mo McCabe, Angus Burt, John Burt, George Burke, Eva McPherson, Lynn and Lane McLaren, Laura Jean Gregory, and Danny McIsaac, with the sale representation, Rick McLeod from KenMac Energy. They are making a $2,500 donation this holiday season. $500 to White Cross, being represented by Sharon Claymore today. $500 to the Charlottetown Food Bank. $1,000 from Danny McIsaac and KenMac Energy going to 2 island families this Christmas. And $500 donation to the Crane family. We welcome members from the Crane family to Red Shores and wish you a Merry Christmas. Once again, thank you to the ownership team with the Shepherd Stable and their $2,500 holiday donation this Christmas. Thank you.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the second race, T8 Spiky Mikey, the race winner. Moonlight finished fifth. Shadows in the Night third. Twin Turbo Diesel was fourth. Bugtown Nash finished sixth. Starship Destiny was second. Fractions went 29 and 4. 1 minute 1:31, and the time for the mile in 2 minutes 4 fifths. In review, it's 1:53.462. T8 Spiky Mikey paid $260. The exactor was $340. Triactor $1440. Superfecta $280, and the early daily double $690.
Stuff the Starting Gate fundraiser has returned for the 2025 holiday season. Red Shores Charlottetown will be accepting new and unwrapped toys or monetary donations today, and representatives from Ocean 100 and Toys for Tots will be trackside for a special donation presentation following race 9, and we will also be offering complimentary hot chocolate and cookies to guests while supplies last.
Third race on the track for Post Parade. Three-trick gainer number 1. Owned and trained by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge. Kenny Murphy drives. to the Sports Desk, owned by Tammy Lynn McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Campbell. 5-Star Dragon 3 is owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Jason Hughes driving. Liberty Royal 4, owned by James Quinn of Watervale, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweets up. Five Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. Cheeky Play 6, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey is the trainer-driver. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt returned with a look at the leaderboard for the top trainers at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Yeah, it's close at the top. It's Adam Murner in first right now with 59 wins. Landon Campbell, though, and Jen Doyle hot on his heels in second, tied for second with 56 wins. Ron Matheson rounds out the top four with 47 wins, and Ashley Gamester is in fifth with 43 victories on the season. Okay, race 3 on track. Having a good day so far. Trying the first. Exactor in the second. Try to get back. Get this triactor here in race 3. I like a 152, but it is wide open, and any one of these could get the job done. I'm going with 3 Trick Gainer, just with rail control, moving in a few spots on the wings after posts 4 and 5 in his last 4 starts. He's getting some class relief too, dropping down to the 16:31 last 4. Saul Lanigan is the owner from Cambridge PEI. He's also the trainer, and Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Shows good closing quarters in his last 3 starts too. That's always something I look for. That means they are feeling good and trying every week, and they're trying right to the finish. And so with rail control here today, he does show second by a head on the front not too long ago, 56 and 2 for Campbell, and that was at this 16:01 level back on November 8th. So back up in class in his last few starts, and now back down. 3 Trick Gainer from the rail could be a good option in here at 5-2. And this is one I got circled on my card. He could be ready to get the job done. Tradition making his 3rd start back. Adam Murner back in the seat. Adam has probably had the most success with this guy, I would say, racing over his career here in Charlottetown. Gordy Hennessy's done a fantastic job with this horse, considering I'm pretty sure, if my memory's correct, when he came to the island, he was showing, I think, around an 8,000 condition claimer at Flamborough. And so to do what he's done over the last few years here in Charlottetown, just phenomenal success from probably not an overly priced purchase. So Tradition, now 7 years old, by Always Be Mickey, owned by Giselle Bernard and Laurie Hennessy, coming in off a strong second there, second by a head in his latest for Hughes. 58-1 was a good mile in 58. First start off the bench for Hughes. Closing quarter 29, but last week I thought he was going to reel them in. He almost did. Second by a head to Blue Moose, and so moving up one level here today, making his 3rd start back, reunited with Murner. He could be a great value play in here at 4-1. And there is, speaking of acquisitions, here's a new acquisition for Tammy Lynn McKay from Truro, Nova Scotia. Shout out to Tammy. She's tuning in today, watching her new purchase. The Sports Desk remains in the Ron Matheson stable. Mark Campbell takes over the driving duties. A couple good seconds there in his last 3 starts, 55 and 3, 3 back, and then second, 57 and 1. 2 starts back. At post 4 at this level last time, I got away 5th. Ended up 6 by 12.5 at the finish. Kind of a flat line from him. So we're looking for him to bounce back for the new connections. And Mark Campbell, if you're looking for a bounce back effort, you want this guy in the seat for that effort. And so the sports desk from an inside draw could be a major player in here, especially from this post 2, right beside 3 Trick Gainer. They're both going to be sitting up close to the action. 7-2 currently on the sports desk. I think the 4 Liberty Royal has been watching too many Christmas movies and watching those reindeers fly. It looked like Liberty Royal was trying to attempt to fly there in the backstretch, but it looks like Sweet has that one under control and in behind that Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate will return for the call to Vance Cameron.
3 Trick Gainer, the Sports Dash 5-Star Dragon, Liberty Royal, Tradition, Cheeky Play. 6 of them on the gate here in the 3rd race. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Up and facing 3 Trick Gainers, the first one out. Second is the Sports Dash, Liberty Royal third. Fourth is 5-Star Dragon. Tradition has 5th. Then the trailer. That'll be Cheeky Play. Up front at the 8th pole, quickly by 2.5. That's 3 Trick Gainer. In line to Kenny Murphy. Second, the Sports Dash. Liberty Royal dropped in 3rd. Back to 4th is 5-Star Dragon. Tradition goes 5th. And trailing the field, that is Cheeky Play. They arrive at the opening quarter, and it's 3 Trick Gainer in control. Closing up from 2nd, that's the Sports Dash. Solid opener of 28. And 2. All alone in 3rd, Liberty Royal, gapping in 4th. That is 5-Star Dragon. Tradition comes out of the turn 5th, followed by the trailer, who is Cheeky Play. Straight alignment at the midway point. 3 Trick Gainer gets them halfway home. The lead 2 on the Sports Dash. Liberty Royal continuing 3rd. 5-Star Dragon. He's in 4th. Tradition 5th. Cheeky Play 6, positions unchanged. They're rolling along here. 57 and 4.5 mile. By the 5/8 they go, and it's 3 Trick Gainer, the serious leader, and he's opened up on the Sports Dash. Coming on to take over 3rd is 5-Star Dragon. Tradition is coming 4th. Backpedaling 5th is Liberty Royal. On the outside, Cheeky Play. They're by 3/4 in 1:27 flat, and that is 3 Trick Gainer continuing to lead with an 8th to go. The Sports Desk is 2nd. 5-Star Dragon 3rd. Tradition 4th. Down the home stretch, 3 Trick Gainer trying to see it through. Up the rail, the Sports Desk gobbling up ground here for Campbell. The Sports Desk on the line. Tight for the deuce. 5-Star Dragon closing in on 3 Trick Gainer. 157 and 1.
Three Trick Gainer. Oh, he gets nabbed again on the front end. He got nabbed there 5 starts back, second by a head. And today, I think he may even be 3rd in here. We'll wait to see the official photo here. Photo sign is up in this race, but no doubt about the winner. The Sports Desk gapping down the backstretch. I was kind of worried, and then when Mark pulled the earplugs on this guy, he really responded, and he started to reel in 3 Trick Gainer after that 57 and 4.5, 3/4, 127. They weren't getting home overly strong. 30 and 1 on the final panel, and the Sports Desk just scoots up the cones, up the pass lane for Campbell, and gets it done. As we mentioned prior to the race, if you're looking for a bounce back effort, no better guy to have in the seat than Mark Campbell, as the sports desk does bounce back with a victory for new owner Tammy McKay from Truro, Nova Scotia. So congratulations to her on the win. The sports desk will be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
The sports desk has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the third. Bay facing gelding for the son of sports writer is off the well-said Dam Ladies Critic, owned by Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Robert Key of Leechburg, Pennsylvania. Trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Campbell will guide the horse to victory in 157-1. The sports desk in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now, the official results from the third race: Three Trick Gainer was second. The Sports Desk, the race winner. Five Star Dragon third. Liberty Royal was sixth. Tradition finished fourth. Cheeky Play was fifth. Fractions 28-2, 57-4, 127, and the mile 157-1. From the top, your program reads 213. 645. The sports desk paid $9.70 to win. The exactor $17.20, triactor $50, superfecta $16.15.
Red Shores is proud to present HBIPI players with an exciting offer. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. You can sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. So play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores. There is a look at that tight place photo from the third race with the one hanging on for the deuce. I didn't know if he did. 3-trick greener there in the middle. 5-star Dragon closing strong for Hughes. Going to get the Shoto in there. 2-1-3 try in that third race. Close photo. HBI PI players will be entered into a draw for a $250 holiday rebate by wagering on Red Shores Charlottetown, and you can earn a ballot when you wager $25 per card from now until December 20th. And you must opt in to be eligible for the promotion in HBIBet.com at the track or at home, where you can now earn HBI rewards. And there's a look at our plays for the upcoming fourth race. I'm at 623. Classifier's choice 264 here in race 4, and the horses, as you can see, are making their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next.
Fourth race on post parade, Bold and Bad, number 1. Brett Clough drives for owner-trainer Dina Clough, New Haven. Market up, number 2 is owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Solid Silver, number 3, Paul Angel driving for owner-trainer Stacy Dara, Stratford. Winsong Quincy 4 is owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault. Mark Campbell drives. Edge of the World, number 5, owned by Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. ABC 6, owned by Dewar Burho of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy aboard. St. Charles Fireball is 7, owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Jason Hughes drives. 4 minutes to post time. Holiday lunch and dinner buffets are back at Red Shores, Charlottetown. To reserve a table, call the top of the park at 902-620-4264 or visit Redshores.ca for more details.
And those holiday buffet plates going by my desk right now are looking pretty nice too, looking pretty tasty. So, yeah, definitely call the top of the park to get in on the holiday lunch and dinner buffets. Got some Christmas tunes up here. We even got some old classics, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. They're my favorites, and then they're on the speaker in here. So everybody's getting ready for the festive season and enjoying a nice hot meal up here in the top of the park and enjoying themselves as we take a look at race 4. We're about 3 minutes away from race 4. It's a non-winners of 7:01 last 4 event. ABC dropping down in class, have been racing all the way up to the 13:01 level. If you take a look at the bottom of his lines there, he reeled off 2 in a row, 4:01s, and then right back in the winner's circle the very next week at the non-winners at 1001. level last 4. 57-4 was his win down at that bottom level, and then 59-3 first over for Murphy on that day. He likes to win in bunches once he drops down in class. So he's down here at the 701. I don't like post 6, but if Murphy's able to float off the gate or keep the pedal to the metal, as I said in the post time picks, if he can get him to the front, he's tough to beat, but he's also good first up. And so I don't think he'll win if he gets taken back to 6th or 7th, but if he's able to float off the wings, and if he isn't able to get to the front, maybe get away mid-pack and then make that first over move, because he doesn't mind grinding it out. And so I'm going to put him on top. ABC, my top play here in race 4 at 6-5. All right, there's a look at the 2. Mark It Up, 3-year-old by Sunshine Beach. Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant all share ownership. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Had the rail last time out, sat in the 2-hole early, ended up 5th. Just beat 3 3/4 lengths at the finish, 59-1, and had a nice miles prior to that as well. He looks right in the iron for Sweet right now, scoring out. He shows a trip there in 58-2 back, 56-1. 3 starts back from post 2. Got a good 3-hole ride at that winners at 3, not more than 6 races of life. That is a really tough class here in Charlottetown. So moving out of that class into this non-winners of 701, I think that's a class drop for this guy. So from this inside draw, he will be tough to beat. 5-2. And there's a shot at Solid Silver. Moving off the Lasix program. Close strong to finish 2nd last time out, down at that 401 level for Langell. 2 minutes 3/5 closing quarter, 29-2. Stacy taking him off the Lasix here today, so we'll see how that plays out. She's the owner trainer, and again going right back to Langell from a much better spot on the wings. Post 3 for Solid Silver. And Langell coming in off that 2nd as they move off the Lasix program, moving up in class 1 level to the 701s. Should be sitting probably in the mid-pack and could round out the try here at 19-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 4. I see the 1, Bold and Bad. He's got the Santa hat on. Vance, up to you for the call.
'Tis the season, Mr. Hughes, isn't it? As they line up here in the 4th, Bold and Bad, Mark It Up, Solid Silver. Winsong Quincy, Edge of the World, ABC, and St. Charles Fireball, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and facing Winsong Quincy, leaving from the middle. Bold and Bad up the rail. 3rd one to the turn, Mark It Up. To get away 4th is Solid Silver. fifth is Edge of the World, ABC 6, and the trailer St. Charles Fireball is seventh. To the backstretch, Bold and Bad at the rail. The long shot leader is going to be short-lived with the front. Here's Mark It Up for Jacob Sweet to clear. Bold and Bad now second. Winsong Quincy dropped in third. In mid-pack fourth. That is Solid Silver, Edge of the World fifth, followed by ABC and St. Charles Fireball 29 and 01/5 the opening quarter as they arrive at the 3/8 next. They're led by Mark It Up. In the 2-hole, that's the long shot, Bold and Bad. The backfield well in motion now. Solid Silver comes first up third. Winsong Quincy fourth. On the outside and second over fifth. That's ABC. Third over on the outside six is St. Charles Fireball. And now trailing Edge of the World halfway home in 59 and 4. Rounding the paddock turn led by Mark It Up. To his outside, Solid Silver is second. In the pocket, Bold and Bad third. ABC takes over fourth. At the rail fifth and nowhere to go. Winsong Quincy. St. Charles Fireball on the outside sixth. Edge of the World seventh. They're well grouped with a quarter of a mile left to go. Mark It Up the leader. Solid Silver between horses. ABC is coming three wide third. Bold and Bad at the rail fourth. 3/4 in 1:29 and 4. They're in the home stretch now. In at the rail, Mark It Up. Solid Silver. ABC. Winsong Quincy. Set the camera up. Wow, what a finish here. ABC will get there for Kenny Murphy and a host of them in photos. Time for the mile, 2 minutes and 2/5. There goes the inquiry sign now in race number 4. Fourth race goes under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry involves the stretch drive here in the fourth race. Judge's inquiry, taking a look at the stretch drive.
Okay, so Mark It Up moved to the front early for Sweet in this race. He had a good shot at winning, and Sweet put him on the front, right where a favorite should be, or at least pretty close to the favorite. I think he was second choice on the board, and he gave him a good rating here. 29 and 1, half 59 and 4, 3/4 129 and 4. Solid Silver comes first up here. Phalangeal didn't like that trip for him, and second over ABC. I didn't like that trip for him. Usually he likes first up or on the front, but today he makes me eat my words. They only closed in 30 and 3, so they were tired getting home in ABC with the back class kicking in. He's been facing much tougher company in his last few starts, and so as they tired in the stretch, ABC goes right on by for the victory off that second over trip in 2 minutes, 2/5, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle here in race 4. But again, as Vance mentioned, we are under an inquiry as it pertains to the stretch drive, so hold on to all tickets here in race 4.
Here comes ABC to the fourth race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding, 5 years, the son of Check 6. Off the Dragon Again Dam, Dragon Moon. Ombadura Burho of Charlottetown, bred by Ed Miller and Frontier Farms of Illinois. Trained by Cliff Murphy, and Kenny Murphy has him to victory today. 2 minutes and 2/5. Time for the mile. ABC in the fourth.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry in the fourth race as they're going to take a look at the stretch drive, see if there's any infractions, and they'll report their findings in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a placing from the fourth race dealing with the judge's inquiry. Racing officials deemed that 4, Winsong Quincy, interfered with number 7, St. Charles Fireball, during the stretch drive. Winsong Quincy finished 4th, will be placed 7th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now, the official results from the fourth race: Bold and Bad finished 5th, was placed 4th. Marky It Up was 2nd. Solid Silver finished 6th, was placed 5th. Winsong Quincy finished 4th, was placed 7th for interference on 7 during the stretch drive. Edge of the World was 3rd. ABC, the race winner. St. Charles Fireball finished 7th, was placed 6th. Fractions went 29-1, 59-4, 129-4, and the mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. In review after the placings, your program reads 425-7316. ABC paid 330. The exactor 1160, triactor 4210, and the superfactor was 2038.
Get ready to celebrate at Red Shores Summerside with the holiday sweepstakes. It began on December 1st. Guests who cash out on the gaming floor or make a purchase at the quick service counter will receive a ballot for a chance to win great prizes, including a $300 Harborfront Theater gift certificate, one night stay at the Microtel Summerside, plus a $100 511 West gift card. And the grand prize draws will take place on December 20th.
Afternoon's fifth race sponsored by Steamatic PEI Restoration Professionals. Red, white, and boots, number one. Owned and trained by Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown. Brady Sweet driving. Georgia's Credit 2 has Paul Angel driving for owner-trainer Philip Kelly, North Wiltshire. Uriel Blue Chip number 3 owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. For Pineapple Express is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Brett Albin. Leaving Bruises wears number 5, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Mullino of Stratford. Basil is the trainer. Kenny Murphy driving. Power of 4, number 6, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Erwin Neal, Charlottetown. Lindale Mr. Max 7, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Roll Your Coin is 8, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn, Miles Heffernan Sr. 9 Buddies and Virgins, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow, trained by Daryl Neal, Gil Barrio driving. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5. And Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the afternoon. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Well, the newcomer, Uriel Blue Chip, he spent a lot of money here last week, but I'm going to jump on board here, figuring out that Dowling and Doyle will get this fella figured out for today's run here at the Super High 5. I like 2, George's Credit. He'll drop down another class here today. Got Paul Angel in a good post position to work from. Going to go to the trailer 9, Buddies and Virgins for the Triactor. I'll use a 6, Power of 4. And to close out the Super High 5, I went to 5, Leaving Bruises. I went 3, 2, 9, 6, 5 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
I'm leaving the 3 right off my tick advance, off that break and those trips at the Meadows. That Meadows, it is a speed track. I think I could wheel around that track, Vance, in 2 minutes. Not sure, but usually the miles are pretty quick when you see a horse coming in off the Meadows. And so I'm going to leave him off. I'm going to go to George's Credit. I could be eating my words again in this race, but I'm going with George's Credit and Langell from this inside draw, dropping down in class, as you mentioned. I like him on top with Red, White, and Boots, who should get a real good trip up close to the action for Sweet. They were winners off a pocket trip not too long ago, and so I think they can be part of this Super High 5 ticket. I like the 6, Power of 4, although I just seen him wheel back to the paddock. Hopefully they're just making an adjustment. Nothing's wrong with the 6, Power of 4. I like them in there for third, and then I'm going to close it out with the 5 and 9, Leaving Bruises, Kenny Murphy, and then the 9, the trailing spot, Buddies and Virgins. Winner in 2 of his last 3. He had that interference break 2 back, and so can't really fault him there. So he's got 2 wins, as I mentioned, in his last 3, and all for Barrio. Barrio gets along really well with this guy. I should maybe even put him up a little higher, but I'm putting him in there for the 5th. So I'm at 2, 1, 6, 5, 9. You've heard Vance's selections. Good luck with yours here in race 5. Okay, we're getting close here in race 5, Steamatic PEI Restoration Professionals Pace, super high 5. We also have Exactor Tractor Wagering, the Wild Horse Tag. Jackpot is $25, 17 to 1 on red, white, and boots. Throwing them in my super high 5 at a long shot, 4 to 1 on my top play, George's Credit. Uriel Blue Chip taking all the money for the hot Jen Doyle stable. David Dowling in the seat there at 1 to 5, 34 to 1 on the 4 Pineapple Express. Leaving Bruises could be part of this ticket in here, 8 to 1, 28 to 1, and Power of 4. I like them too in here for Ryan Darash. Lindale, Mr. Mac, tough spot for him today at 99 to 1, an even tougher spot for Roll Your Coin at 99 to 1. Trailing spot, nice price on Buddies and Virgins at 11 to 1 here as we're getting close in race 5. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for race 5 at super high 5 time here in Charlottetown, and this is the Steamatic PEI Restoration Professionals Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Red, white, and boots, George's Credit, Uriel Blue Chip, Pineapple Express, Lehman Bruises. Power of 4, Lindale, Mr. Mac, and Roll Your Coin up front. We've got a trailer this time around. Buddies and Virgins, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Leaving Bruises, Pineapple Express, Red, White, and Boots at the rail. George's Credit between horses, Buddies and Virgins following through. Then a racing from 6 is a real Blue Chip. From the outside, Power of 4 is away 7th. Then it's Lindale, Mr. Mac, and the trailer, Roll Your Coin. On the backstretch for time 1, Red, White, and Boots out in front. On the outside, Pineapple Express parked out in a Saturday afternoon. Brouhaha right here at Charlottetown. Battle on for the lead. Red, White, and Boots will give the air to Pineapple Express up at 29 2/4. Uriel Blue Chip. He self-destructed once again this week on the turn and coming down the stretch for time 1. Red, White, and Boots, the long shot leader. Pineapple Express, the long shot challenger. 3rd is Buddies and Virgins. George's Credit from the outside 4th. 5th, that's Leaving Bruises. Power of 4's in 6th. Then 7th is Lindale, Mr. Mac. 8th is Roll Your Coin, and the trailer, Uriel Blue Chip, 59 3/2. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Red, White, and Boots still the leader. Pineapple Express still the challenger. Buddies and Virgins, what a trip he's getting at long odds. There goes George's Credit out 3 wide 4th. Coming 3 wide 5th is Power of 4. Leaving Bruises 6th. Then Lindale, Mr. Mac is 7th. Roll Your Coin is 8th. Uriel Blue Chip 9th. 1:31 1/3, and they're turning for home. George's Credit the leader. Buddies and Virgins on the outside. Red, White, and Boots 3rd. Leaving Bruises 4th. To the wire next. George's Credit. Buddies and Virgins on the far outside with Berrio. Looked like Red, White, and Boots held 2nd. George's Credit 3rd. 2 minutes 3/5.
Okay, we'll get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo stretch drive here for race 5, Steamatic PEI Restoration Professionals Pace, and it was the Super 5 High 5 here in Charlottetown. What a trip for Buddies and Virgins. I mentioned before the race he had 2 wins in his last 3 starts, only had that interference break blemish on his card in his last 3 starts. Barrio and this guy get along great, and he drove him perfectly as there was a battle early between Red, White, and Boots. Big trip from him today, and the 4 Pineapple Express. He's sitting in that garden 2-hole ride, angles out off George's Credits back at the top of the stretch and blows by them in the stretch as he goes back to back. Nice trip here today, 2 minutes 3/5, and he's 31.70 on the board. It is the holiday season, and Barrio just delivers a nice little gift there early for you here if you back the 9. Buddies and Virgins. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle next. 21-1 on the 1. George's Credit 3-1. This is going to pay a good one. 9-1-2-5-7. Unofficially here in race 5.
Buddies and Virgins. He's on his way to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 5th race. Buddies and Virgins, a pacing brown gelding 8 by Always a Virgin. From the Big Tom Dam, Blue Starlet. Owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Bred by Lucky Anna Farm, Goshen, Indiana. Trained by Daryl Neal, and Jill Barrio will drive him to victory in 2 minutes and 3/5. Buddies and Virgins in the 5th. Joining us today, Steamatic PEI Restoration Professionals have the Winner's Circle cooler presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the 5th race, Red, White, and Boots were 2nd. George's Credit 3rd. Your Real Blue Chip finished 9th. Pineapple Express 7th. Leaving Bruises 4th. Power of 4 was 6th. Lindale Mr. Mac finished 5th. Roll Your Coin was 8th. Buddies and Virgins, the race winner. Fractions went 29-2. 59-3, 131-1, and the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top, your program reads 239-746-581. Buddies and Virgins 3170 on the nose. The exactor 324.50. Triactor 376.40, and a super high 5 carryover. Doc Awesome on the 6th race for 8, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside, trained by Darla McCachran. Corey McPherson drives. 2 is J.K. Last Chance, owned by Dan McKenzie of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Fill My Beer, number 3, owned by Carl Stafford, Brent Campbell, Bernard McDonald, and Kent McDonald, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's up. 4, Elroy Shiner, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet driving. 5 is Dusty Lane Zorro, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass. Donnie McNeil drives at 4 minutes to post time. Stuff the Starting Gate fundraiser has returned for the 25 holiday season. Today, Red Shores, Charlottetown will be accepting new unwrapped toys or monetary donations that will go towards the Toys for Tots campaign.
Okay, down to a minute to go here before race 6. This is a really good group in here. Preferred 2, non-winners at 31.51. Last 4. We got Doc Awesome on the rail. J.K. Last Chance for post 2. Fill My Beer from post 3. Elroy Shiner post 4. And Dusty Lane Zorro coming in off a front end win out there in post 5. I'm going with the 2. J.K. Last Chance. This guy had 2 wins in a row before getting beat on the front last time out. He was third by length at the finish, 57-3. He still closed in 28-1, so it's not like he let go finishing. Just the other 2 horses in that race just finished a little better than him on that day, and one of them on the rail right now, Doc Awesome, closed in 27-3 to be second by nose in that race. So J.K. Last Chance, going to go back to him again this week. I think veteran driver Kenny Arsenault, he trains and drives this one. I think he can get him back in the win column here at 5-2 from post 2. And there is Doc Awesome. This guy draws good too every single week. Outside of last week, he post 5. He rallied to be second, as I mentioned. Look where he left prior to that. He had the 3 hole, and then he had the rail 2 starts in a row, and then he had post 2 and then another rail back there. And every single week he's finished second. So he's a bit of a bridesmaid. He was a winner there, though. 7 starts back in 55-3. And so off that second by nose, 27-3 closer. He's got a really good shot in here to get the job done. Corey McPherson, Doc Awesome on the rail, deserves a look out of the Darla McCachran stable at 8-5. Fill My Beer at a post 3, the lone 3-year-old. He's had quite a stake season, closing in on 90,000 made in earnings this year, coming off a 5th in the preferred top class there. Last time out, he had back-to-back thirds before that in the preferred one, so he drops out of that level here today from a good post. He could be part of this as well. Currently the favorite at even money as a lineup in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Preferred 2 Pacers line up in the 6. Doc Awesome, J.K. Last Chance, Fill My Beer. Elroy Shiner, Dusty Lane, Zorro, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, perfect beginning. Doc Awesome along the rail. J.K. Last Chance, Fill My Beer, third. Fourth into the turn is Elroy Shiner, and then the trailer. That will be Dusty Lane Zorro. As they arrive at the 8th pole, and J.K. Last Chance right alongside Doc Awesome. Away in third is Fill My Beer. Elroy Shiner has fourth, and the trailer. That is Dusty Lane Zorro. On the backstretch for time 1, they're arriving at the front quarter mile, and it's J.K. Last Chance in line to Kenny Arsenault. Freewheeling here on the front end, and they opened it up in 28. And 2. Doc Awesome tracking second, Fill My Beer third. Fourth is Elroy Shiner, followed by the trailer 5th. Dusty Lane Zorro, through the stretch they come. The opening half mile is next. J.K. Last Chance is the midway point leader on Doc Awesome. Third is Fill My Beer. Elroy Shiner goes fourth, and the trailer 5th. That's Dusty Lane Zorro, 57-3, the half mile. They continue in straight alignment, going to the 5/8 with J.K. Last Chance, the leader on Doc Awesome. Fill My Beer is coming to the outside third. Fourth is Elroy Shiner. Dusty Lane Zorro 5th, the 3/4 up and coming. J.K. Last Chance out in front. Fill My Beer is taken over second. Third at the rail. That is Doc Awesome. Elroy Shiner is there fourth. And Dusty Lane Zorro 5th, the 3/4 in 1:27 flat, and they're turning for home. J.K. Last Chance, the leader. Doc Awesome second. Fill My Beer. In at the rail, Elroy Shiner. Deep stretch now. J.K. Last Chance all the way for Kenny Arsenault. Doc Awesome second best. Fill My Beer third. 1:55.4.
I was so happy to see Kenny drive this guy like this today. Last time out, if you look at the fractions, 29-1, 59-1, 129-2, and then you just turn it into a sprint. And if others in the race that are close can sprint faster than you, then sometimes you can't hold on for the win here today. Kenny let him rock and roll, though, today perfectly. 28-2, 57-3, 3/4, 127. Kicked home in 28-4. Nice mile, 155-4. J.K. Last Chance. He is a big motor, and so I'm glad he let him rock and roll on the front here today, and never mind it with those soft early fractions. And just the way he did it today was perfect. 55-4 for J.K. Last Chance as he gets back on the winning note here, picking up his 7th win of the season. Doc Awesome in there for the deuce, and Phil My Beer does round out the top three. So we nailed it ice cold here. 2-1-3 unofficially in the six. And here is JK Last Chance back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle.
JK Last Chance on his way to the sixth race winner's circle. Bay facing gelding 8 by So Surreal off the Life Sign Dam Lechame. Home Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, bred by Three Brothers Stable of New York. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. The time of the mile, 1:55 and 4. JK Last Chance wires the sixth. Now, the official results in the sixth: Doc Awesome was second, JK Last Chance, the race winner, Fill My Beer, third, Elroy Shiner, fourth, Dusty Lane Zorro, fifth, 28 and 2, 57 and 3, 127, and the mile in 155 and 4. From the top, your program reads 21345. JK Last Chance, paid 710. The exacta was $18.30, the triactor $19, and the superfecta $4.20.
Okay, race 7 is 21 minutes away, and that's because we got a big match race coming up here in between races. We got Santa, and he's facing off against the Grinch in a match race here in this one. And so we're going to take a look at the paddock cam, see if we can catch a shot of Santa and Grinch getting ready here in the paddock. They'll be out onto the track here in a moment. Okay, I see Santa getting ready for his mount, and I see the Grinch back there doing Grinchy things. And so the highly anticipated Santa versus Grinch coming up next. There's Santa. He's boarding his mount, and we see the Grinch back there getting ready to probably try to come up with an evil plan here to beat Santa, but we'll see what happens between these two fierce competitors.
Well, here comes the one we've been waiting for. It's kind of our gold cup and saucer of the holiday season here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Get set to meet jolly old St. Nick himself. Here comes Santa Claus, and he's contracted the mount called Heather's Pet to drive him here in the Grinch versus Santa Holiday Classic here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And of course, here is the competition. And he's the Grinch. You all remember him. The Grinch that stole Christmas is joining us today. He's contracted Stone Beach Lily to drive him around to try to upset Santa Claus and spoil the holiday season.
Okay, and there's a look at Santa Claus aboard his mount, Heather's Pet. Heather's Pet likes the front end, so hopefully Santa can get the job done on the front end. Stone Beach Lily, though, does like to close from off the pace, and the Grinch just loves to spoil Christmas, and so he's got a good shot at doing that with Stone Beach Lily. And I got a note from the breeder of Stone Beach Lily, Trish Hardy. Shout out to her for this information. I don't know if it's good information, though, but Stone Beach Lily loves candy canes, so apparently the Grinch is giving Stone Beach Lily some candy canes before this race, so I'm not sure. Hopefully that doesn't mean he's going to upset here in this one, so I'm cheering on Santa aboard Heather's Pet again. She likes the front end, so hopefully Santa can get there. Okay, they're getting ready, folks. Metro Home Building Center starting gate beginning to move on down the backstretch for the highly anticipated match race between Santa and the Grinch. We got Santa on the inside with Heather's Pet, and on the outside we got that stunk Grinch aboard Stone Beach Lily. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Started to worry, Kurt, that we didn't have many on the tarmac like we had last year. But, oh, they're out there now, getting all set for the holiday season match race. Well, the Grinch only had one fan that I know of last year. That was Bryce Cameron Doyle. He was cheering him all the way. Will he be there on this day here at Charlottetown? It's the one we waited for. It's the match race. Santa Claus up against the Grinch. Post time. Rough and racing. Santa Claus had the lead momentarily here getting out. The Grinch to his outside is going to be second, so they'll prancer and dancer around the first turn, arriving at that opening 8. And here's the Grinch now up from the outside. He'll take over the lead going to the opening quarter. Santa Claus is going to release him on the front end. He'll stock in the 2-hole here as they race the backstretch. Grinch is the leader, and he's got the heart 2 sizes too small in here. Santa Claus is going to right line his mount right up alongside now the Grinch, and he's set to take over. They're on by the first quarter mile, and a retake. That is Santa Claus on the lead at 3/8. The Grinch now gives way, and he'll watch it all from second. And off the turn they come, and get ready, folks, to get a look at them. First time around in front of the fans here on this holiday season. And the Grinch is on the move on the outside. Here's the Grinch to take over at the half. Santa Claus now, he'll give way again to race in second. On by the first half mile and into the paddock turn they go. They're on the payoff half mile now, folks, and Grinch will lead them over to the 5/8. Santa Claus will stock in the 2-hole. They get set to turn to the backstretch, and en route to 3/4, the Grinch is trying to steal it today, folks. Santa Claus right there in second. Halfway up the backstretch they now arrive at 3/4, and the Grinch will get them there. Boom! Just like that, he's out in front. Santa Claus not far away in the 2-hole. Oh, and time is running out here late. 3/4 in the books as they round the top turn for the final time. Just an 1/8 of a mile away. Grinch is still there. Santa Claus is tipped to the outside for the stretch drive now. Cindy Lou Who is watching. Max is watching. Oh, it's going to be close. Santa Claus, the Grinch is coming back on. Santa Claus wins again, and Christmas is saved. The Grinch has to settle to be second best today. It's Santa Claus in the Holiday Classic at Charlottetown.
All right, we'll get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the match race of the season, and it was Santa on the outside here getting the better of the Grinch on the inside. I thought the Grinch was going to steal Christmas here early in this one, making that move to the front, but then he did release Santa back to the front, and a little give and go again in the mile, and then Heather's Pet doesn't disappoint Santa here. She was huge here today for Santa, and they're going to reach up in the final strides and nail it over the Grinch and Stone Beach Lily. Heck of a drive by Santa as he gets it done here. Times it perfectly on the wire to get up for the win. So we'll see Heather's Pet and Santa next.
We had a couple of mayors with us today. Of course, the mayor of Charlottetown, Philip Brown. How's about the mayor of Hoosville, Augustus Mayhew, joining us? They'll be at trackside. And here comes jolly old St. Nick himself, and he does not disappoint here in this holiday season. Santa Claus has won the match race once again, and he is going to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. In the Christmas spirit, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the Grinch and his horse, Stone Beach Lily, back to take part in the Winner's Circle presentation. on this holiday season, holiday time here in Charlottetown. And it's the annual match race, Santa Claus Who Saves Christmas once again. And here comes the Grinch. He'll go into the winner's circle here to take part of the winner's circle presentation. Thanks for putting on a great show this afternoon. Congratulations to Santa and Heather's Pet for saving Christmas on the island. And also the Grinch put up another well-fought battle today. Just coming up short off of the line, second place finisher. It's holidays, it's Christmas, it's Santa and the Grinch at Redshores, Charlottetown.
We want to hear from you, so take our short guest survey by visiting Redshores.ca/survey and let us know about your most recent visit to Red Shores. And guests who complete the survey are entered into a monthly draw for a chance to win a $50 dining gift card as we take a quick look at our selections for the upcoming 7th race. That was a heck of a match race there that we just witnessed, and quite a driving display by Santa to get the job done there in that match race. I'm at 5-1-3 here in race 7. Non-winners of 13:01 last 4. Pendleton Rodeo dropping in class. Going to be tough to beat. Currently getting all the attention right now at 2-5 on the board. I like the 1 as well. Mr. Riley has a good shot in here at currently 2-1, and then the 3 at 5-1. Good Omen should get a good trip up close to the action. Classifier's choice 1-5-3 here in the upcoming 7th.
Mr. Riley on the 7th race post parade. Owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Burnett. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 2-Spack Jarrow, owned by Mike Slanter from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Jason Hughes. Good Omen 3, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Here comes M84, is owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Gilles Barrio drives. 5 is Pendleton Rodeo, owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 6 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick is the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. Final call for wagering here in race number 7. Last call to make your 7th race selections. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that quick race day recap here presented by Metro Home Building Center. In today's first race, it was the 2 JK's Henry Give and Go early with Evil Vintage. Back to the front, 59-2 to the half, 128-3 to the 3/4. Going to close it out in 158-3. JK's Henry holds on for the narrow victory over the pocket sitter Evil Vintage, and up for third is the 4 Brookdale George, and the 2-3-4 try paid $16.80. Over in race 2, it was Corey McPherson with that patient steer aboard the 2-year-old colt by Shadow Play. TH Spiky Mikey went off as the favorite, and he delivered here with that perfect pocket ride, pocket popping at the top of the stretch to get up for the win in 2 minutes 4/5, closing quarter in 29-3 for TH Spiky Mikey. Starship Destiny on the front throughout that one, finishing second, and Shadows in the Night grabs the Shoto at 163. The try paid $14.40. And then over in race 3, 3 Trick Gainer put up the early fractions of 28-2, half 57-4, 3/4 127, but then he's going to get reeled in by the pocket sitter, the Sports Desk and Campbell up the inside. 157 and 1 for the sports desk. 3 trick gainers, second and 5-star Dragon rounded out that top 3. 213 ticket paid $50. Over in race 4, Mark It Up led the way early, 29 and 1, half 59 and 4, and then they're going to fan out past 3/4, 129 and 4, and ABC off that second over. Perfect trip following the 3 solid silver. Murphy's going to time it perfectly to get up for the victory there in race number 4. Time of the mile, 2 minutes 2/5 for ABC. Last quarter, 30 and 3 of the race. His was a little better than that. 6.25 try. It paid 42.10. And then over in race 5, Buddies and Virgins off a pocket ride here following Red, White, and Boots through fractions of half, 59 and 3, 131 and 3. Barrio's going to angle him out late in the mile, and they're going to time it just right to get up for the win. And nice odds on him too, 14 to 1 on the board. Delivers his backers at 31.70 on the nose. 912 was the try at 376.40, and the pick 5, it was a good one at 104.35. Then over in race 6, JK Last Chance on the front again this week. He got beat on the front last time out, but he put up soft early fractions the last time out. Today, not the case. He put up some real good fractions of 28 and 2, half 57 and 3, 127, and he's going to bottom them out there. A nice mile, 155 and 4 for JK Last Chance and Arsenault. The 1 is second, 3 third, 213. It was a chalky one at $19. And then we just watched the match race of the season. It was the Grinch on the inside, Santa on the outside. A little give and go throughout the mile, but Santa, look at this, on the stretch drive. He's going to highline to the finish and get the job done there with Heather's Pet. So Santa saves Christmas and gets it done and wins the match race there. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, we're getting close here in race 7. Now winners 13:01, last 4 on matching strides. With the public here, I like the 5 on top of the 1 and 3. I think Pendleton Rodeo can get it done in the dropping class at 3 to 5. Mr. Riley should get a good piece of this at 8 to 5. And Good Omen should get away in a good spot to round out the top 3 at 4 to 1 as the field lines up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, Santa saves Christmas. What a job he did in that last one.
Absolutely, Kurt. It doesn't get much closer than what it did here again this year. But, as you just mentioned, Santa saves Christmas. It's the 7th on the gate. Mr. Riley, Spacchero, Good Omen. Here comes Emmett, Pendleton Rodeo. J.J. Patrick, 7th race, post time. The rough and pacing Pendleton Rodeo leaving out. Mr. Riley towards the rail. Spacchero, third one to the turn. Good Omens away 4th. Then in 5th, here comes Emmett. And the early trailer, that'll be J.J. Patrick. By the 8th pole and straightening to the backstretch, Pendleton Rodeo drives up from the outside, set to take over the lead. Second, that is Mr. Riley. Away in 3rd is Spacchero. 4th at the rail is Good Omen. Then in 5th, that's Here Comes Emmett. And trailing the field is J.J. Patrick. Straight alignment off an opening quarter of 28. And 2, they stepped it out early. Pendleton Rodeo, the fraction setter without a murder. On their back, second is Mr. Riley. Coming out of the turn in 3rd is Spacchero. Good Omen, he races 4th. Then in 5th, here comes Emmett. And trailing the field 6 is J.J. Patrick, halfway home. Led by the post-time favorite, Pendleton Rodeo. Getting the 2-hole ride, that's Mr. Riley. Spacchero into the turn is 3rd, 59 seconds flat the half. Racing 4th is Good Omen. Here comes Emmett 5th.
And the trailer 6 is J.J. Patrick. Straight alignment still as they race the backstretch for time 2. Pendleton Rodeo going to 3/4. Second, that's Mr. Riley. Here comes Good Omen from the outside 3rd. Spacjero now races 4th. On the outside, J.J. Patrick 5th. And now the trailer. That is Here Comes Emmett, the 3/4 in 1:29 flat. Oh, they're picking them up, and they're putting them down late. Pendleton Rodeo turning home. Good Omen now right there, second. Third at the rail, Mr. Riley. They're in deep. Stretch now. Good Omen on the outside. Pendleton Rodeo. Mr. Riley at the rail. He might have got it all in here. It's picture time in the 7th. 1:57 flat.
Yeah, that's just what I was talking about in JK last chance race. The way Kenny rolled him on the front end because he's a high-speed horse. Well, Pendleton Rodeo, he's a high-speed horse here in this one, dropping down in class. He didn't need that second quarter breather quite like that or the third quarter. 28-2, half 59, 129, closing quarter in the race, 28 flat, but he just got out-sprinted late in the mile. I see it a lot happening, especially to nice horses on the front end. They try and get a breather, and sometimes it can kind of put them to sleep a bit, and they can get out sprinted in the lane. I think that's what happened here today. I think if Murner had a roll Pendleton Rodeo a little quicker in the middle portion of the mile, he would have been able to bottom out this field. But unfortunately for him, he's going to have to settle for the deuce in here as Mr. Riley gets up the inside, out sprints him in the lane, and gets up there for the win for McPherson. We'll see them back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Mr. Riley into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 7th race. Bay facing Geldingy 7 by Steelhead Hanover. Off the Art Escape Dam Chocolate Art. Home of Jimmy Gorm to South Melville and Darlene Compton to South Panett. Bred by Eldred Nicholson and Jimmy Gorman. Corey McPherson has the training and driving double this afternoon. The miles in 1:57 with a closing panel of 27 and change. Mr. Riley doubles up Mr. McPherson in the 7th.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the 7th, Mr. Riley the winner, Spacjero 4th. Good Omen finished 3rd. Here Comes Emmett finished 5th at Broken Equipment. Pendleton Rodeo was 2nd. J.J. Patrick finished 6th. They went 28 and 2. 59, 129, and the mile in 157. In review, 143, 526. Mr. Riley paid $660. The exactor $1350, triactor $1890, and the superfecta was $573.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100, and just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. It's another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com.
High praise on the 8th race post parade owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. To Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Langell trains and drives. Owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven by Brady Sweet, number 3, Navalny. Max Patrick is 4. Jason Hughes driving for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. 5, Windblown, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson. Paul's Crown, number 6, on by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Stanley Harper. Mark Campbell drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Now a message from Lee Drake, our manager of racing, marketing, and sales, about the change to our Sunday schedule.
Sunday schedules in the fall. Let me give you a little background on the story, okay? A few stories out there right now, and here are the facts. Why aren't we racing on Sundays in the fall? So you may remember last year, Red Shores held coffee with the classifier sessions. These were held all across Prince Edward Island, and it was great to talk to the horse people. They had great comments about the classification, a few minor tweaks here and there, but otherwise they were very pleased with how Gerard and Kathy are putting the cards together, and of course we are too. But during those sessions, it became clear that Sunday schedule in the fall, the horse people wanted that day off. We supported that with Red Shores, and with David McKenzie and I, we went back and we talked to the team here. We supported the Horsemen's Group, supported it. So we couldn't change it last year in the fall because the budgets were already done. So we changed it this year. So that's why the Sundays moved to Thursdays in November, and why there are 3 Tuesdays when we get into December. That's the reason why we're not racing Sundays in the fall. Now you have it directly from the source at Red Shores. Back to race day.
I think it's a great move. Sundays, time for family and that, and gives the horsemen a break and time to spend with their family. I like the Thursdays in November, Tuesdays in December for sure. As we look at race 8 here, now winners 22-61 last 4. I've been overlooking this guy since he's arrived on the island. I'm going to take a swing at him here on an upset. I'm trying to get Windblown beat in here. I like the inside 3. High praise coming in off the 4-race winning streak. He just keeps moving up the ladder, and confidence is at all-time high, and he deserves some high praise after coming to the island and reeling off 4 straight victories, and so does Jen Doyle. She deserves some high praise the way she's got this guy rocking and rolling. A good one last time out, 56. Dowling's been in the seat for those last 2 victories, in the seat here today. Good starting spot. I thought you might get a little more odds on this guy. I didn't think he'd be 6-5 on the board with Windblown in here, but I guess they are also backing him, the public here, at 6-5 currently. Impeccable Shadow, winner on the front, 2 back, 55-2. Closed in 27-2. Never made up any ground on that day with Marigo Magic getting the job done over Doc Awesome and JK Last Chance. We talked about that race and how it was just a sprint to the finish. Well, imagine closing 27-2 and not gaining any ground. He did gain length, though, only 2.5 back at the finish. So he should get a good trip from post 2 here today at long odds, 34-1. Brady Sweet and Navalny, they both like the front end. They've been on the front the last 3 trips, 27-2. Last time out, he ended up 3rd on that day, 54-4. JK Last Chance, the winner. Doc Awesome second, closed in 29-1. Should be forwardly placed again today. Windblown, Corey McPherson, they will be swinging off the gate as well. So we'll see how this one settles after the dust settles into the first turn, see who's sitting up top. But the 3 Navalny could be another good value play here in the triactor at 14-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 9th race this afternoon, we have a late scratch. Race number 9, scratch the 8 entry, All About the Cash. He will not go. Race 9, scratch number 8, All About the Cash, with refunds available.
Windblown 1-4 on the board. Chalk favorite here in this 8th race as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
High Praise, Impeccable Shadow, Navalny. Max Patrick, Windblown, Paul's Crown. A half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 8th. Top of the stretch. 8th race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Windblown leaving. High Praise up the rail, third one to the turn. Impeccable Shadow to get away fourth. That's Navalny, then in fifth. On the cones is Max Patrick. Paul's Crown will trail in the early going. They're sitting up around the turn. Windblown from the outside, headed to the lead and the rail for Corey McPherson. High Praise gives way for the two-hole ride. Then all alone in third, Impeccable Shadow. Fourth up the rail, Navalny. Max Patrick's in fifth, and Paul's Crown sixth. Run by the quarter. Oh, I said they were sitting up. Boom! Just like that, they went 27 and 4 to open it up. Windblown the leader. Second, that is High Praise. Impeccable Shadow comes out of the turn third. Fourth, Navalny. Max Patrick is fifth, and the trailer, that is Paul's Crown. The second quarter will be nothing like the opener as Windblown gets them halfway home here in the 8th. High Praise is second. They were at the half in 57 and 3. Straight alignment with the shade, more than 3/8 of a mile to go. Windblown the leader. High Praise is second. Third, that's Impeccable Shadow. Fourth, Navalny. Max Patrick fifth. Sixth, Paul's Crown. Nobody can find a right line in here. They arrive at 3/4 with no movement. On the front end, Windblown the leader. Second is High Praise. Impeccable Shadow third. Navalny fourth. Max Patrick fifth. Trailing sixth, Paul's Crown. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2, and they're turning home. Windblown looking to see it through. High Praise with the streak on the line. Coming to him late. Deep stretch. Now, Windblown will triple up Corey McPherson. High Praise second. Impeccable Shadow third. Time for the mile in 1:55.2.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 8, and the chalk choice does deliver. Wind blowing, and Corey McPherson get to the front. Everybody grab leather off the gate. I thought we might see them stretch this guy out with all that inside speed on the gate, but they did give way to the 5 Wind blowing as he got up to the quarter there, 27 and 4. High Praise and Dowling did stretch him out around that first turn, and I was looking for that to pay off late in the mile, but when Corey gave him his head heading past 3/4 on 127.2, Windblown looked a little bumpy around that last turn. I was like, uh-oh, maybe High Praise will get him, but no, he settled down and straightened out in the straightaway, and away he went. Windblown, back class does deliver here for him as that takes him down the stretch there to his 39th career victory. Windblown on the back class, on the class drop, delivers as a chalk choice, and we'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
There's Windblown into the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 8-year-old son of Mach 3, is off the commotion dam wind warning. Owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Bred by Springhaven Farm and Doug Millard. Trained by Phil Sizer. Corey McPherson has just tripled up on this Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown. Excellent trip to 155 and 2. Windblown and the Corey McPherson triple in the 8th.
Here's the official results in race 8. High Praise second. Impeccable Shadow third. Navalny finished sixth. Max Patrick was fourth. Windblown the race winner. Paul's Crown finished fifth. Winner went 27-4, 57-3, 127-2, and the mile 155-2. From the top, your program reads 236,415. Windblown paid $3. The exactor $3.90. The triactor $11. Superfactor was $3.44.
Red Shores Racing is proud to present the Player Portal. The page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. So visit the Player Portal at Redshores.ca/racing. 50/50s are on sale here today, and Tracy was here just a little while ago, told me over 800 going to the winner. I'm sure the total has gone up since then, so still time to get in on that 50/50 here today at Red Shores.
Ninth race on parade, Freight Air number 1, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick. Adam Murner drives. Melody Maker 2, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 3, Benham Alive, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff does the training, Jacob Sweet up. 4, Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Chilbario. Blue Moose 5 is owned by Taylor Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec, trained and driven by Harold Shepard. Pictonian IM number 6, owned by Kenny Murphy of Harrington and Mark Galan of Summerside, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. 7 is How Mac Maximus, owned by Grace Story of Monty Q, trained by Tammy Collins. Mark Campbell's aboard. 8 All About the Cash was a late scratch. 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. Stand by for the 2025 Red Shores highlight video featuring track records in Summerside and Charlottetown.
Mickey Shan and Corey McPherson in the Premier's Cup. 149 4. Wow! Fight song strictly up against the clock. New track record 154 3.
And here is Norris Rogers and his milestone moment. Win number 1,000 of his career. Starship Alaska for Campbell and Watt. Equaling the track record for 3-year-old Philly Pacers.
Deep stretch. Now, here's Adam Murner. Here's his milestone mile. 1,000 winners for Adam Murner.
Never get tired of watching those highlight videos of this past racing season, especially the stretch drive there with Norris picking up his 1,000th win of his driving career, and the reaction, I think it was Kenny Murphy there, who Norris went by in the stretch. He was pretty happy, pointing at him there as he was going by in deep stretch. So shout out to you, Norris. Driven against you a lot back in the day. Basin View, Albert. A lot of great horses he's driven over the years, and it was nice to see him notched that milestone this racing season. As we take a look at race 9, we are about 2 minutes away from post time. Now winners 1901. Last 4. I'm going with the 6 in here. Pictonian I Am. Hard to believe this guy's only got 1 win. I know he only has 8 starts this year, but take a look at his chart lines. 55-4, 3 back. 58-1 last time, and 57-4. And take a look at his closing quarters. Nothing but 28 and change on the closing end of it. And so he's getting some class relief here today. Not much luck at the draw, though. So we'll see what kind of trip Kenny works out with Pictonian I Am. But I do believe he could notch his 20th career victory here in this 9th race on the class drop at 9-5. There's a look at how Mac Maximus scoring out for Campbell. He's back in the bike. Campbell was in the seat for a second and a third there not too long ago. Barrio in the seat last time out. I liked him to win that week, and he kind of, for me, he flattened in the stretch. He closed in 28-4, but I thought if there was a chance for him to get up and get it done, it was last week off that trip. So we'll see how he does here today. He moves out quite a few spots on the wings, but he is dropping down in class. And so he usually brings his A game every single week. And with Campbell in the seat, I'm sure they're going to get a good trip. And so he should be close at the finish. Currently 5-2 on the board. Bet him alive. 3-year-old in against some older horses here today for this race. He's got a good starting spot. Jacob Sweet driving for trainer and co-owner Jeff Lilly, who shares ownership with Blair McLaughlin on this 3-year-old son of Lazarus. Good 2-hole ride last week at the 1901 level. Finished 3rd, 57. Paul's Crown, the winner. Max Patrick, 2nd. And how about that front end win? 3 back at that winners of 3, not more than 7 races life in Summerside. A nice easy win there in 58 for Bet 'em Alive. And he has good gate speed, Bright Air. Melody Maker also have good gate speed, but if Jacob Sweet really wanted to put the pedal to the metal, I think this guy could shoot out and get to the front and maybe let one of these other horses go and get a good covered up trip from there. But we'll see what he does off the wings. He's got a good starting spot, and even if he does cover him up early, he can respond off a covered up trip as well. So I could see him rounding out the triactor here at 3-1. All about the cash. Scratch down to a field of 7, and the 7 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 9th race. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Freight Air, Melody Maker, Bet 'em Alive, Dr. Grenfell, Blue Moose, Pictonian I Am, and How Mac Maximus are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Bet 'em Alive will shoot out at the rail. Freight Air second, third one to the turn. Melody Maker to get away fourth towards that inside. Dr. Grenfell, Blue Moose from the outside fifth. Hamac Maximus in sixth, and Pictonian I Am seventh. Quarter pole bound. It'll be Bet 'em Alive to lead it for Jacob Sweet. Two-hole ride. That'll go to Freight Air. Racing from third, Melody Maker. Dr. Grenfell, he's in mid-pack. Racing from fourth, Blue Moose. He dropped in fifth. Sixth on the cones, that is Hamac Maximus. And Pictonian I Am trails seventh off at 28 and 3/4 mile. Straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. Bet 'em Alive up front and on the lead. Two-hole ride. That goes to Freight Air. End of the turn third is Melody Maker. Dr. Grenfell fourth. Now the backfield starts in motion. Hamac Maximus underway fifth. Following him out sixth. That's Pictonian I Am. And now the trailer. That is Blue Moose halfway home in the ninth. And they arrive there in 59 and 3. Good group of horses. Got a big-time breather of 31 seconds flat in the second quarter. They're now going to the backstretch, led by Bet 'em Alive, up and at 'em, Hamac Maximus, in the pocket, Freight Air third, fourth on the outside, Pictonian I Am, on the cones fifth, that is Melody Maker, from the outside, Dr. Grenfell sixth, Blue Moose is seventh, the 3/4 in 1:29 flat, shade more than an eighth of a mile out, Bet 'em Alive turning home, Hamac Maximus on the outside, third up the rail, that's Freight Air, Pictonian I Am fourth, deep stretch now, Bet 'em Alive almost there, Hamac Maximus up in the middle, gets there with Campbell, tight for the deuce, Pictonian I Am against Bet 'em Alive in 1:57.4.
Yeah, I like these 3 horses, and Bet 'em Alive with that soft early second quarter there, 28 and 3, half 59 and 3, 31, and then 129. That was able that let the 7 and 6 get right up into the race without using too much gas. So in the final quarter, it was just a sprint to the finish, and Hamac Maximus and Pictonian I Am, they're stone cold closers, and so Bet 'em Alive in tough down the stretch, as they close usually better than him on any given night, and they did here tonight. But a good effort from Bet 'em Alive on the front end here. Time of the mile 1:57.4 as Hamac Maximus grinds out the first over win, and we got a place photo there for second and third. But nice effort from Hamac Maximus as he picks up his fourth of the campaign, 19th lifetime. We'll see Campbell and Hamac Maximus back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
How Maximus arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle here in the ninth race. Bay pacing gelding 6 by Articulator off the American Ideal Dam Scirocco Miley K. Owned by Grace Story of Montague, bred by Howmack Farms Limited, trained by Tammy Collings. Mark Campbell, second winner today for the double, the mile 157 and 4. Howmack Maximus doubles up Mark Campbell in the ninth. Here's the official results now in the ninth race. Freight Air fourth, Melody Maker seventh, Bet 'em Alive third, Dr. Grenfell finished fifth. Blue Moose was sixth, Pictonian I Am second, Howmack Maximus the race winner. All About the Cash was scratched. 28 and 3, 59 and 3, 129, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, it's 473. 562, 1 scratch. Howmack Maximus returned 710, the Exactor 2210, the Triactor 7490, and the Superfecta was 1893. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special holiday presentation. We have guests joining us, including James Perot, president of the PEI Stanford Horse Owners Association, who will donating half of today's 50-50 that rounds out to $750 for the Toys for Tots campaign. Thank you to James and the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association for their generous donation. Representatives from Ocean 100 are with us today to accept all donations on behalf of Ocean 100 and the Toys for Tots. Thank you again to Red Shores and the organizers of the event, and to all our fans and customers who donated to the campaign. Have a safe and happy holiday season. All Better will lead the 10th race on Post Parade. Owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. Chromed Up 2 is owned by Mark Alani, Craig Arsenault, Summerside. Trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Geisha's Treasure 3 owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross. Trained by Brendan Mullen. Mark Campbell. Hands Off, Nose In, number 4, Jason Hughes driving for owner-trainer Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. No Mo Fear, number 5, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Woodmere Sinatra, number 6, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. From now until the end of December, customers at Red Shores Summerside who play $10 or more on live racing in Charlottetown will receive a $10 wagering voucher. For more details, visit Redshores.ca.
Two minutes away from post time here in race 10. 5-year-olds, younger winners of 3, not more than 6 races. This group has been facing each other each and every week, battling. There's typically a different winner every week, but there is a theme among a couple in here, and I'm going to highlight it right now, and that is the 3 Geisha's Treasure. Take a look at the top 3 percentages on this one over the program, just right on the program. Outside of that 6th place finish last time out, where this one got to the lead early from post 6, quarter in 29, got into the 2-hole there, threw a half at 59.4, ended up 6x4. But before that, this one has not been out of the top 3. Had a third 2 starts back, 57 and 1, a big front end win for Campbell, 3 back, 55 and 2. And so from this post here today, Geisha's Treasure will be mighty tough to beat. I think Mark Campbell in the seat. They could go gate to wire. I know there is some inside speed on the gate with the chromed up from 2 and All Better on the rail, but this is a tall ask for All Better coming up, facing this crew here today. So Geisha's Treasure going to take a shot at this one to bounce back here today at 3-4.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today with the carryover. Totals up at $1,035, the winning number. Q2175183. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,035. Q2175183. We have two consolation turkeys to give away today with the same 50-50 winning numbers. The first winning number for the turkey is Q1892739. That's 1892739. The second one for the turkey, Q2707860. That's Q2707860. And the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association had two membership draws today for turkeys, and those winners are Calvin Larkin and Luke Burke. Congratulations.
Okay, we're getting close here in race 10. And as I mentioned, a lot of these horses racing against each other, and there's a common theme with who I like. And Chromed Up's another one who's hit the board in 4 consecutive starts, 3 seconds and a third in his last 4. 3-year-old in against some older horses here today. And another good post, Corey McPherson in the seat for Chris McKay. So they could be part of it as well. I also like Woodmere Sinatra. Has hit the board in 6 of 7 and a nice win, 2 back, 56-4, and then recovered after that break to almost get the job done last time out. Just beats there at the end by Dr. Grenfell by 3/4 of a length. So an excellent effort from Woodmere Sinatra and Dowling on the outside of the gate as the field lines up in behind that Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time for the 10th. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
All Better, Chromed Up, Geisha's Treasure. Hands off, nose in, no more fear. Woodmere Sinatra, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, All Better, the first one out at the rail. Chromed Up is second, third one to the turn, Geisha's Treasure away fourth, hands off, nose in. No More Fear fifth, and the trailer, Woodmere Sinatra. There's a programmed order start here in the 10th race. All Better for Kenny Murphy on the early lead, going to the quarter. Chromed Up will pull out of the 2-hole here as they race the back stretch, and quickly to the front. Chromed Up and McPherson take over. Second is All Better, now in third, Geisha's Treasure with the leaders fourth. Hands off, nose in, well back into fifth is No More Fear, and on the outside six, Woodmere Sinatra, 28 and 2, the opening quarter. Chromed Up went to the front, going by the 3H pole. All Better races from second, and he's at long odds in here. Third is the 1-9 Chalk, and that's Geisha's Treasure. Racing from fourth is Hands Off, Nose In. Woodmere Sinatra picks up fifth from the outside, and trailing at the rail, No More Fear is sixth. Halfway home, 57 and 1, 28 and 4 in the second quarter as they roll
along at 5/8. Chromed Up getting them there. All better second. There goes Geish's Treasure to the outside from third. Hands off, nose in, going up the rail fourth. On the outside, Woodmere Sinatra fifth. And up the rail, the trailer. No more fear. They arrive at 3/4. Chromed Up is still there. Geish's Treasure from the outside second. 3/4 won. 27 flat. Eighth of a mile to go. Chromed Up the leader. Geish's Treasure the challenger. All better is there third and they're homeward bound. Now Geish's Treasure the leader. Chromed up the inside. All better coming through late on the wire next. All better up the inside. Hands off, nose in, looks to be second against Geish's Treasure, third in 1:57.2.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Stretch Drive slow-mo here for race number 10. You're going to see Geish's Treasure here making a late move and up the inside. You're going to see All Better up the passing lane. They gave all Better a lot of respect off the wings, but then Chromed Up moved out to the front there, going in the quarter. 28-2, half 57 and 1 3/4, 127. Grinding it out first up was Geish's Treasure in the back half. All Better with the Garden Journey up the inside. Moves up in class and gets the job done here from the rail. And real good effort from the one at $54 on the nose. We'll see All Better and Murphy back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials now have an inquiry underway here in race number 10. They're going to examine the stretch drive. 10th race inquiry. Retain your tickets. All Better into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 10th. Bay pacing gelding 4-year-old son of Better's Delight off the Mach 3 Dam DG's Pasquero. Owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Bred by Robert Watson, Armando Capuciti, Mike Bartram, and Stephen Klonowski. Cliff Murphy has the training double. Kenny Murphy will get the driving double today, and the horse will get a new pacing record. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 2. All Better doubles up Team Murphy in a 10th race shocker.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in race 10. So hold on to all tickets as the judges take a look at racing action coming down the stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a placing out of race number 10. The driver of 4, hands off, nose in, interfere with the 6, Woodmere Sinatra, during the stretch drive. Hands off, nose in, finished second, and will be placed 4th. Now the official results from race number 10, all better the race winner. Chromed Up finished 5th. Geisha's Treasure finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Hands Off, Nose In finished 2nd, was placed 4th due to interference on 6, Woodmere Sinatra, during the stretch drive. No Mo Fear finished 6th. Woodmere Sinatra finished 4th and was placed 3rd. Fractions went 28 and 2, 57 and 1, 127, and the mile 157 and 2. From the top, after the placings, 152, 463. All better, fate $54 on the nose. The exactor $92, triactor $231.40, and the superfecta $47.28.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with a low 15% takeout.
Pacers and their drivers for the 11th race enter the track on post parade. Almost Amos, number 1, Home by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri, trained by Dwayne McCachran. David Dowling drives. Shadow's Terror number 2, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers. Paul Langell. I'm a Looker 2, where's number 3, owned by Ethan Murray, Blendish Young, Jeremy Hoffman, and Evan Weeks, trained and driven by Adam Murner. For Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barriel. 5 Neptune Sealster, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant. Today, Brady Sweetup. Luckiest Man Alive, number 6, owned by Sadie Pollard, Sage McDonald, and Lily Murphy, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives at 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casinos, and restaurants.
Okay, non-winners 13:01, last 4 on track here for race 11 before away from post time. Brigus with a dominating front end mission win down at that non-winners 1001 last 4 last time out from the rail, pushing out there to lead and winning by 4 lengths and 56-4. A real good effort, and that was his 4th win on the season. Prior to that, even racing up at that 1951 level there, 3 back, and then 2 starts back, he had the trailing spot on the class drop and just couldn't capitalize, couldn't get the right trip. But wow, last week did he ever put his plan in motion on the class drop again at the 1001 last 4 level. There's some inside speed in here, but if he really puts the pedal to the metal, I could see him getting to the gate or getting to the front again this week off the gate. And so Brigus, I'm betting, goes back-to-back for Barrio and Oaks, currently 8-5. And there's Almost Amos, and this one out of the Dwayne McCachran stable. David Dowling in the seat, showed good early speed last time out, had post 4 at this identical level. And get up to the lead, ended up in the 2-hole, just missed at the wire there, finishing 3rd by 3/4 of a length and 58-2. Should get a beauty trip again today from this inside post, same level. Dowling will be pushing out from the rail, and so we'll see how they do from the rail here today, but they should be close again at the finish. Currently 2-1. Then we'll go right next door to the 2 Shadows Terror. Hit the board in his last 3 starts. Last time out, 57-3. Second to Brigus. 3rd by 3/4 of a length. 2 starts back and against some pretty nice horses in Woodmere Ideal Art and American Risk. And then on the front end, 3 back. Just get collared by High Praise, who's been awesome since arriving on the island. 55-3. Second by a length on that day. So he's a good value play, if you ask me. Paul Langell in the seat for trainer Lenny Myers at 5-1. Okay, there's a look at Luckiest Man Alive, returning to action after a couple qualifiers there, 201 and 204 last time out, both on off tracks out of the Landon Campbell stable. Mark Campbell in the seat for owner Sadie Pollard, Sage McDonald, and Lily Murphy. And I think I seen this guy trucking into Charlottetown today on the back of a trailer driven by one of the top guys in the Landon Campbell stable. That's Joey Murphy, and I think he's celebrating a birthday today. So happy birthday going out to Joey Murphy, old buddy from the school days. Used to get around with Joey a little bit as kids. Great guy. So happy birthday to Joey from all of us here at Red Shores. Hopefully luckiest man alive. Race is good in his first start off the bench from this outside post at 4-1. Field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Almost Amos. Shadows Terror, I'm a Looker too. Brigus, Neptune Sealster, Luckiest Man Alive, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Brigus from the middle leaves out. Almost Amos along the rail between horses. Shadows Terror. Third one to make the turn. To get away fourth on the rail. That's I'm a Looker too. Fifth is Neptune Sealster and the Luckiest Man Alive on the outside. 6. Quarter pole bound and Brigus driving up from the outside will lead it for Barrio. Almost Amos gives way for the 2-hole ride. Then in third, that Shadows Terror. Fourth is I'm a Looker too. Luckiest Man Alive moved into fifth and now trailing the field. Neptune Sealster 28 seconds flat. Big time opening quarter put on the board by Brigus. He'll lead by the 3/8, and he's got a better than 3-length lead on Almost Amos. Racing from third is Shadows Terror. Fourth, that's I'm a Looker too. Luckiest Man Alive in fifth, and Neptune Sealster 6. Straight alignment as they're halfway home in the 11th, led by Brigus. The lead down to 2 on Almost Amos. Third is Shadows Terror, 57 and 2, the halfway home time. Racing from fourth, I'm a Looker too. Fifth is Luckiest Man Alive, and continuing to trail, Neptune Sealster. Nobody has moved here, and they're going to 3/4 now, led by Brigus. Almost Amos starting to close in now. Third up the rail, Shadows Terror, I'm a Looker too. In fourth, back into fifth, Luckiest Man Alive. On the outside, 6, Neptune Sealster, 1:26 and 3. Down at 3/4, mighty good clip. And they're homeward bound. Brigus at the rail. Almost Amos right alongside now. Shadows Terror third. Deep stretch now. And it's Almost Amos for David Dowling on the line. Second is Brigus. I'm a Looker too. Rallied up third. 1:56-2.
Another big effort on the front by Brigus. Just Almost Amos had the better trip and was able to reach up in the final strides to get it on the line here off that great pocket drive by Dowling here aboard Almost Amos. Releasing Brigas to the front, and Barrio 28.57 at 2 3/4, 126 and 3. It was sitting 4-1-2 coming around that last turn, but no, Almost Amos spoils my try play in here, but I think 3 get in there as well for third anyway. Almost Amos, he was close last week, and he reaches up and gets it done here. 156 and 2, right to his record on a cool day here in December. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Almost Amos on his way into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in the 11th. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by All Bets Off from the Western Ideal Dam. Gotta Love Her, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, bred by Brad Wilson of Kamlaki, Ontario. Trained by Dwayne McCachran, and David Dowling will guide him to victory, right to his record of 156 and 2. Almost Amos and Team McCachran in the 11th. Now the official results from the 11th race. Almost Amos, the race winner. Shadow's Terror, 4th. I'm a Looker, 2, 3rd. Brigas finished 2nd. Neptune Sealster was 5th. Luckiest Man Alive, 6th. 28, 57 and 2. 126 and 3. And the Mile in 156 and 2. In review, 143, 256. Almost Amos paid $3.90. The exactor $5, try after $33.50, and the superfecta $4.76.
Rewards Club members have a chance to pick your present this holiday season. Earn ballots while you play with your Rewards Club card at Redshores, Charlottetown, and there are lots of great prizes to be won, and the grand prize draw for a $5,000 cash shopping spree takes place on December 20th. And for more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. Okay, there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for race 12. I'm going with a 7-3-1 in here. Classifier's choice 3-7-1 in the upcoming 12th race. Currently 2-5 on the board is Raising Sand. I don't like him at that price. Too short for me, but he is dropping in class, so I got him on top in the try. I also got a value play in here of Reimer Jimbo, and that one is currently 4-1 on the board. I like those odds a little better on the 3 here for Kenny Murphy, and Kenny is having a great day.
Twelfth race on parade, Moonrider 1, Keith Ford training and driving for under Debbie Element, Barraquois, Quebec. Fears on Me 2 is owned by Sean Murphy of Sydney Mines, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Jeremy Baker. 3 is Weimar Jimbo. The owners are Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rossico. Eric is the trainer, driven by Kenny Murphy. Laugh Again Hanover 4, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Shake Me Up Hanover number 5 is owned and driven by Colin Shepard of Brackley, Morgan Shepard training. I'm Hungry 6, owned by Chantel Langell of Montecue and the Schooner 2 stable of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Raising Sand number 7, owned by Todd Walsh, Sean McAdam, Lance Jones, and Donnie McFadgen, trained by Todd Walsh, driven by Mark Campbell. 8 is Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Bird, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Join us for Happy Hour at Red Shores Summerside every Wednesday night from 7 to 8. Customers can enjoy free appetizers on the gaming floor while supplies last.
Okay, race 12, starters on track, no winners, the 7:01 last 4. There is Raising Sand, currently 3-5 on the board. He's 0 for 7 last year, 4 for 43 this year. If he had drawn inside more, I would be way more confident in putting him on top. I still got him on top of my ticket, but the trip will have to work out exactly to plan for him to get the W here. This is an evenly matched crew at this 701 level, and he shows post 7 in 2 tries. Although it was up at the 1301 level, he didn't pass too many getting home. He was 8 by 13 2 weeks ago, but he did rally to finish 5th, so we'll give him that. 58 closing quarter, 28 and 4, 28 and 2 3 back for that nice mile, 55 and 4. So on paper, he should be the best. Hopefully Mark can work out the great trip and he does get the W, because I do like him on paper. I just don't know how the trip's going to work out, and there's at that short a price, 3 to 5, there could be some other better options like Reimer Jimbo. I'll talk about him in just a moment, but you're getting 3 to 5 currently in Raisin Sand. There is Kenny Murphy having a pretty good day, and he's got a good shot here with Reimer Jimbo. Dropped to this level last time out, and look where he left from, post 8. He still rallied to finish 4th, though, 58 and 4. He does do his best work on the front end. He has 5 wins from 26 starts this year, 21 lifetime wins, so he knows how to get the job done. And if Kenny can get him to the front, if you look on the inside, Moonrider, when he leaves the rail, he does have that good early speed, and I'm sure Keith will want to be forwardly placed in here, so maybe he will release Reimer Jimbo to the front. Beers on Me doesn't look like this one has a lot of early gate speed, so if Kenny is aggressive off the wings, maybe he can get to the front if Ford releases him with the classy veteran on the rail, Moonrider. But Reimer Jimbo now down to 5 to 2. I liked him a little more when he was at 4 to 1, but 5 to 2 is still not bad for the 3 Reimer Jimbo. And there is the aforementioned classy veteran Moonrider. This guy, 52 lifetime wins, and he's got a lot of money made over his career. He's closing in on $500,000 in earnings. Good third and 58 and 3 at the 701 level last time out. And he sat 4th in that one. So with the rail here today, you can see in his lines when he had the rail, he was on the front end at the 701 level back on November 1st and was second by nose in 201 to Red, White, and Boots. And so I think he should be sitting up in the top 2. I don't know if he should cut it in against this crew here today. I don't think he could hang on. So maybe if Keith covers him up, he could grab a piece of this triactor at 7 to 1. Getting close here in race 12. Laugh again, Hanover, another good option. I like those odds, 3 to 1 on him. You're getting a 21 lifetime winner as well. He's had the outside post in his last couple starts, post 6 in his last 2. He had post 5, 3 back was a good third. Had post 2, 4 back, and was a good third as well. All of the 701 level, so another good draw for him. He could be in the mix in the tri actor as well at 3 to 1. Race 12 starters getting ready to roll up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Still got race 13 and 14 to come in race 14. Our super high 5, I have a carryover. It didn't go in race 5. So we got a super high 5 carryover of $649.64 going into that pool in the finale. And so keep that in mind and stick around and play. Red Shores as race 12 starters. They're on gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Moonrider, Beers on Me, Reimer Jimbo, Laugh Again Hanover, Shake Me Up Hanover, I'm Hungry, Raising Sand, Cowboy Logic, full field of 8, 12th race,
Post time. Up and pacing, lap again. Hanover leaves out. Moon Rider along the rail also leaves. Third one to the turn. Rymar Jimbo. Shake Me Up Hanover goes fourth from the outside, and moving up fifth is Raising Sand. Beers on Me away six on the outside. Cowboy Logic seventh at the rail, the trailer. I'm Hungry on the backstretch for time one. Guarding the cones, the veteran pacer Moon Rider, and Bim Ford are out in front early. Second at the rail, lap again Hanover. Rymar Jimbo is third. Raising Sand found a friend to drop in fourth. Racing from fifth, that Shake Me Up Hanover 28. And 4 was the quarter. 6 now, rounding the turn. That's Cowboy Logic. Beers on Me, 7th, and the trailer. I'm Hungry in 8th. Straight alignment, this field of 8 approaching the midway point. Moon Rider will get them halfway home. Racing from second, that's lap again, Hanover. Rymar Jimbo third. There goes Shake Me Up Hanover. Sent to the outside, fourth. Raising Sand on the cones, fifth. Cowboy Logic sixth. From the outside, seventh. That's Beers on Me. And trailing the field, I'm Hungry is 8:58. And 3 for a half a mile. To the backstretch they go, and they're chasing Moon Rider to 3/4. Lap again, Hanover getting the 2-hole ride. Shake Me Up Hanover picks up third from the outside at long odds, and he's the longest shot on the board by 3/4. Moon Rider the leader. From the outside, looking for a colossal upset in here. That is Shake Me Up Hanover. 3/4 in 1:29 and 3. They're in the home stretch now. Moon Rider at the rail. Shake Me Up Hanover on the outside. Lap again Hanover into the passing lane. Deep in the stretch. Here's the Blue Knight. And lap again Hanover on the line. Second, that'll go to Rymar Jimbo. Shake Me Up Hanover third in 1:59. Bullet.
Yeah, this race was up for the taking with the 7 Raising Sand. Just a tough post for him today. He really needs a trip, and Mark Campbell drove him really good here, getting away mid-pack, and then he stayed in along the inside and then fanned out, but it just wasn't enough for him today. He wasn't up for the challenge on the drop-in class. But laugh again, Hanover. Great drive by Jason here, getting into the 2-hole, following Moon Rider through fractions of 58 and 3, 129 and 3. They were getting tired late, and this guy's got some back class. He's got a mark of 150 and 1 at Northfield on the half-mile track, and he's got 21 lifetime wins with over 300,000 in earnings. So you give him that type of trip, a nice pocket ride up the pass lane, he's going to get the W when they only close in 29 and change. So time of the mile, 1:59 for Laugh Again Hanover as he picks up his 5th of the campaign. We'll see Hughes and the 4 Laugh Again Hanover. Nice ticket, 4-1 in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle.
Laugh Again Hanover arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion 7 years by McCardle. Off the American Ideal Dam. Laughing once more. Owned by Donald McCrae. Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Trained by Ashley Gamester. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide him to victory today in 1:59. Laugh Again Hanover in the 12th.
Here's the official results from the 12th race. Moonrider 5th. Fears on Me 6th. Weimar Jimbo was 2nd. Laugh Again Hanover, the race winner. Shake Me Up Hanover finished 3rd and had broken equipment. I'm Hungry was 7th. Raising Sand finished 4th. Cowboy Logic was 8th. Fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 129 and 3, and the mile in 159. In review, it's 562, 137, 48. Laugh Again Hanover, $10 to win. The exactor, $25.40. The triactor, $503.60. And the superfactor was $86.81.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HBI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers and sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI rewards program for PEI.
Preferred Pacers in the afternoon's featured race on 13th race post parade. House Edge Hanover number 1, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Joe Barrio drives. 2 is T.H. Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. Corey McPherson. 3, Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell driving. B2B number 4, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes. Marigo Magic 5, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 13, and Kurt, you and I come up with our selections here in the Saturday afternoon preferred. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued coverage of the Vance Cam. Here I've got to go to B2B. Is there anywhere else to go? Kurt, he comes into the race on a 3-race win streak. He's been just a super horse here now for a number of years. So again, I got to find him in the winner's circle, looking for your brother, the Blue Knight, to go back-to-back today. I like one House Edge, Hanover off of the rail, and Burial. For the tri-actor players, I went to Marigo Magic for third, and for super, I took last week's upset winner, Brookdale Johnny. 4153 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, we're matching strides in the exactor, Vance. I like 4-1 as well. A B2B, just going to be tough to beat him. If he's on the front, he's tough to beat, and if he's off the pace, he's really tough to beat. I showed it in my pregame replay there where he rallied from 6 at the 5/8 to win over a real good group of horses, including Windblown, Fill My Beer. Twinbee Tough Enough was in that race as well, and he closed to win 28 flat final panel. He was a winner on the front end from post 3, 2 back, 27 and 1 closer, mile 52 and 3. So just tough to beat this guy any time of the year, but especially this time of year. He's really, really good. B2B, so I'm going to put him on top with House Edge Hanover second. I'm going to go to the other Ron Matheson trainee, TH Boomtown. The 4-year-old year can be a tough one, but these two horses on the rail and from post 2, they've been doing great things going up against age competition all season long, and the horse on the rail, he has hit the board in 3 straight in the top class. In TH Boomtown, he's hit the board in 2 straight. Last time out at this preferred 1 level, a good second to Brookdale Johnny. B2B had the week off. We haven't seen B2B since November 29th, and so he should be fresh off the little rest. And again, going to throw the Matheson trainees in there for second and third. So 4-1-2 for me. You've heard Vance's selections. Good luck with yours here in race 13. Daily Double kicks off here in the 13th. We also have the Super High 5 coming up in the next race, race 14. We got a carryover. Just keep that in mind. It's about $650, $649.64 going into the pool. It didn't go in race 5, so we're carrying it over to the finale. So you still got some time to look over the 14th. 2 more to go here at Red Shores. Saturday afternoon feature. This one presented by the PEISHOA. They'll be trackside with the winner, and they're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, it should be a good one.
Always is, Kurt. They're lining up in the preferred House Edge Hanover, TH Boomtown, Brookdale Johnny, B2B, Marigo Magic, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. It's the Saturday afternoon feature at Charlottetown. Post time. Up and facing Marigo Magic from the outside is leaving out. That's B2B between horses up the rail into the turn. House Edge Hanover third. To get away fourth is TH Boomtown in the early trailer fifth. That is Brookdale Johnny. Up front, we've got movement here. The Blue Knight Hughes will right line B2B, and he'll move to the front. He's the even money favorite today. Racing from second, Marigo Magic, now third. That's House Edge Hanover. Rounding the turn fourth is TH Boomtown. And trailing this field, Brookdale Johnny, a solid opening quarter for the top class. They were 28 seconds flat to open it up. B2B made the lead. In the two-hole, Marigo Magic. House Edge Hanover's in mid-pack third. TH Boomtown is fourth, trailing the field fifth. That is Brookdale Johnny. They're halfway home in straight alignment in the preferred. B2B is halfway home in 58 and 2. Just 30 and 2 in the second split as they roll over to the 5/8 pole. B2B, 3/8 of a mile left to go. Marigo Magic second. There goes TH Boomtown up on the outside to take over third. Fourth is House Edge Hanover. Brookdale Johnny on the outside, trailing but not out of it. They're arriving at three-quarters, and the tempo picks up now. B2B, the leader on Marigo Magic. From the outside, TH Boomtown now hanging third. House Edge Hanover fourth. Brookdale Johnny fifth. 1:27 and 3/3. Down the home stretch, led by B2B. Marigo Magic second. House Edge Hanover third. Give them four in a row. B2B, the Blue Knight Hughes goes back to back. Marigo Magic second. House Edge Hanover third. Wow. 1:54. 3. Closing quarter, 27 seconds flat.
This guy's been racing against the big boys all summer long. He raced in the Premier's Cup final. He raced in the Gold Cup and Saucer, and memory is correct. I think he was third in the Gold Cup and Saucer. Just raced in all the big dances. It's December, and he's still putting on quite a show here, reeling off his fourth straight victory. As I mentioned, he's very versatile. He can do it from off the pace or on the front. Hughes put him on the front here early in this one as Marigo Magic, great drive by Murner in here to be able to get the deuce as he left out and got that great two-hole ride following the race time favorite. B2B, half 58 and 2, three-quarters, 127 and 3. Hughes never moved a line on him in the final quarter, and he closes in 27 flat for a mile of 154 and 3. He's capping off a heck of a season in 2025. Is still a couple starts to go here in December, but B2B, wow, has he been good all through November and now into December, and he gets it done here in the feature. Again, a nice trip, 154 and 3, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next. And the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association is proud to present today's blanket to B2B, from providing group benefits to offering education, advocacy, and support for owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers. The PEISHOA works to strengthen harness racing here at home, and we're committed to ensuring the future of our sport while celebrating the traditions that make PEI racing so special. So congratulations to the connections of B2B from all of us at the PEISHOA.
He's been just an incredible racehorse here at Charlottetown ever since the connection brought him to PEI. He's in a league of his own here in Charlottetown, and he is in the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle in the 13th. He is B2B, Bay Pacing Stallion 8 by Sunshine Beach from the Life Sign Dam full of Steinem. Owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, bred by ICR Racing of Pufferlaw, Ontario. Actually, Gamester has back-to-back training victories for the double, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes goes back-to-back for the driving double, and the horse just reeled off his fourth consecutive preferred victory in Charlottetown. Excellent trip with a closing quarter of 27 seconds flat. They stopped the clock in a 154 and 3. B2B in the Saturday feature at Charlottetown. Now, the official results in the 13th, House Edge Hanover was third. TH Boomtown fourth. Brookdale Johnny fifth. B2B, the race winner. Marigo Magic finished second. They went 28, 58 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile 154 and 3. In review, 34512. B2B paid $4 to win. The exactor $20.50, the triactor $49.50, and the superfecta $6.27. Super High Five is next with a carryover, 8 minutes to post time.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu, and the Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout in customers. They can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside, and we got a carryover into this Super High Five. Didn't go in race 5, so $649 going into the pool for the Super High Five here in the finale.
Fourteenth race on the track set for post parade. Nolan's Magic's Way, number one. Home of Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Langell trains and drives. Brookdale Thomas 2, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson. Dylan Sam 3, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook, trained by Alan Gregory, Brady Sweet driving. Redland Samson 4, owned by Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Smith and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. Rosie's Mighty Mo number 5, owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Melvin does the training, driven by Gilles Barrio. 6 is PL Quicksand, owned by Butch Ramsey and Billy Companion of Summerside. Billy does the training, driven by David Dowling. Proud of you today, number 7, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. 8 is Mr. Kelly, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Murner trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time here on race number 14. We're back with live racing on Tuesday night here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Kurt has his super high five ticket to wrap up Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, Vance, we got that carryover going into this race, but $650 being carried over into this super high five. I'm going with the 8. Last time he raced at this level, he was a jogburger from post 5. He got a win by 3 lengths there in 57 and 3. Mr. Kelly for Mr. Murner, currently 2-1 on the board. I like the 6 PL Quicksand, who was a good third from post 8 after leaving out aggressively. Getting to the front, 28.5, 57. Got a little tired late, but still raced well. So we'll throw them in for the deuce, like the 3 Dylan Sam coming in off that win in the Jones Stephen McRae Memorial in 59-1 at 4-1. They're 10-1 on the morning line, 11-1 right now on the board. I like the 1 in there for 4th. Nolan's Magic Sway going to close it out with the 5. Rosie's Mighty Mo. So I'm at 863. 1-5. Vance Cameron looks at 6-8-2. 5-1. Good luck with your selections here in the finale. Countdown clock is in for the finale. Race 14 starters. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return one more time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Nolan's Magic's Way, Brookdale Thomas, Dillon Sam, Redland Sampson, Rosie's Mighty Mo, PL Quicksand, proud of you today, and Mr. Kelly, full field of 8, across the gate, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Saturday afternoon finale, it's the Super High Five. Post time. Up and facing Dillon Sam got the first call between horses Brookdale Thomas at the rail, Nolan's Magic's Way. Then fourth one around the turn, that is Redland Sampson. Into fifth, proud of you today. PL Quicksand is sixth. Three wide all around the turn. They're going to the quarter. And the three-legged pacer, Dillon Sam, will clear the lead at long odds for Brady Sweet. Nolan's Magic's Way second, now third. That is Brookdale Thomas racing from fourth. Redland Sampson, proud of you today in fifth. That's PL Quicksand sixth. Seventh is Rosie's Mighty Mo. And trailing the field, that is Mr. Kelly. 28-2 was the opener. And off the turn they come, the backfield in motion. On the point, Dillon Sam, the leader. In the two-hole, Nolan's Magic's Way. First up, third, Redland Sampson underway. Following the cover from the outside, fourth, proud of you today. Brookdale Thomas at the rail, fifth. Moving out from sixth, that is PL Quicksand. Up the rail, Mr. Kelly, seventh. On the outside, eighth, Rosie's Mighty Mo, 58 and 2 over to the half mile. 3/8 left to go. Dillon Sam continues to be the long shot leader going to three quarters. Two-hole ride. Nolan's Magic's Way on the outside for third. Redland Sampson. PL Quicksand. Way out there, and he's coming on late. They go by three quarters, led by Dillon Sam in 1:28 and 1. Nolan's Magic's Way second. PL Quicksand has arrived on the scene late third. Fourth, that is Brookdale Thomas. They're homeward bound in the nightcap. Dillon Sam trying to upset them. Nolan's Magic's Way up the rail. PL Quicksand on the far outside. Dillon Sam does upset them in the Super High Five. Then PL Quicksand closing in quickly. That was Brookdale Thomas, 157-2.
I think he was around 18 or 19 to 1. Winner off at around $40 on the board. That's Dillon Sam and Brady Sweet. The favorite had post 8 and a real tough trip for Mr. Kelly as he had to go up the inside there and kind of ran into some traffic trouble in the middle portion of the mile and down the stretch. But Dillon Sam, off that big win in the Joe and Stephen McRae last time out, Sweet put him right on the front end at long odds. He put up the fractions 58 and 2, 128 and 1, and he gets it done. 157 and 2, and a 14th race shocker. The 6 is there for second, the 2 in there for third, 1 is fourth, and 8 I think rounds out the top 5. So it's a 3-6-2, 1-8 unofficial Super High Five in the carryover with a 19 to 1 winner on top. Again, time of the mile 157-2 for Dillon Sam in the finale, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Dylan Sam into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 14th race. Sam's a big facing gelding 9 by Sweet Lou. Off the McCardle Dam, Frankie's Dream. On by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook, bred by Stephen Stewart and Lomagino Standard Breds, trained by Alan Gregory. Brady Sweet put him on top at every call today, winning in 157 and 2. Dylan Sam in a super high 5. Shocker. Now the official results in the 14th, Nolan's Magic Sway 4th, Brookdale Thomas 3rd, Dylan Sam the race winner. Redland Sampson was 8th, Rosie's Mighty Mo 6th, PL Quicksand finished 2nd, Proud of You Today was 7th, Mr. Kelly finished 5th. They went 28 and 2, 58 and 2, 128 and 1, and the mile 157 and 2. In review, it's 431 862 75. Dylan Sam paid $40.40 to win. The exactor 391.60. The triactor at 659.90. The late daily double paid 81.30. And the super high 5 will have a double carryover to Tuesday night here in Charlottetown. And that's going to wrap up our live presentation today. The afternoon's primary will handle $75,360. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.